Hello.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Welcome to Kent Spong's guide on how to use YouTube.
I need like, the knotted hanky. And now I will remember to press the love button. I've been saying hello to everybody in the chat.
Well,
I'm
do you
going,
know, I was going to say when I joined, you were talking, and I thought, oh, maybe Fiona's in the background. Because
I do apologise, all of those of you who've been sitting around going, what the fuck is going on? What you should have done, you should have clicked on the link, come in and go, oi, are you going to start this shit or what?
well, you got it scheduled for like, you got it scheduled for 7:45.
Ages ago, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, never mind, eh?
And to which I went into the studio, but for some reason forgot the little blue button bit. Twat.
You plonker.
Can you imagine doing that for an entire PSN?
Don't talk it up. Because you know what'll happen.
Yeah, I know. Must not tempt fate.
Indeed. So yeah, a guy turns up to fix me cooker,
Uh-huh.
and he shows me this element, which is, I just showed you the picture. It's all like, I don't know what happened, but it's all deformed and it's cracked, it's covered in black, whatever. I don't know. I have no idea what an element's made out, but it's buggered and cracked. And he said, "That's your problem." I said, "Yeah, thank you." He said, "I'll just go and have a look to see if I've got one on the van." Now, bearing in mind that I booked this call last week, and one of the first things they ask you is, what's the model number of the oven? So you give them the model number.
Yeah.
And they come back with a van with no element for my cooker on it. And you think, in a modern cooker, how many components are there? Not many. There's a little microprocessor board, and somebody's got YouTube on.
It's not me, it's Andy.
Andy, you've got YouTube on.
And he can't hear us.
He can't hear us. I'll tell you what, let's do this.
What are you going to
There you go. He's like, they've muted me.
Hang on a minute.
Let's
I
all
was
go,
trying to get my mic working, and they've muted me.
But yeah, I mean, surely, if you book a repair call and you tell them what what make and model it is.
It's Mr. Tinus. Here we go.
His Royal Tinus.
Hello.
I'm here all week.
Yeah.
Here all week. Right, as he's...
got it.
No, he's still...
Do you know what?
Right,
just
as
turn
he's-
your
no,
camera on,
still-
and we'll talk over the phone.
Andy.
You go. And now, our roving reporter reports live. Go on. Ah! Oh, come on, tell everybody.
His knob's not dropped off, has it?
See you in a bit, babe. Bye.
Right. Let's tell...
He's got great news. So when he, just as I click him in, everybody leave.
Oh, let's do that.
How do you do it? Do you just click on, not remove, is it? It's turn off cam or something?
Yeah, just stop cam.
Which is under the trouble is, Andy can't hear us. And it would just him there. Oh, that won't work, will it? And Sassis is already off.
Testicles.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we
Oh,
can
can you
hear
hear
you
me?
tapping the mic.
We can hear you. Is he even looking at the screen?
No, he's looking at settings.
Is this thing on, mother?
It's working. Yeah.
I'll text him.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Dear. Echo. Do you know any good reggae tunes?
Does he even realise he's actually... He's like, he's turned his camera on.
I don't know. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Oh, that lasted 10 seconds.
I'll mute. There you go.
Who the fuck's got... Ah, it's not me.
It's not you for a change.
Good.
Yeah. Look at that, eh?
What the fuck's going on? Why is there a show? I mean, it's a Tuesday. I mean, I know it's a day with a Y at the end.
It's a Y at the
I
way.
mean,
Yeah.
I'm bored.
Fair enough.
So how's Ty? Have you finished?
Ty is fucking ecstatic because Ty. So the deadline's tomorrow.
You've not finished early.
That I've killed myself to get done, and somehow, well, I'll tell you how. It got to about lunchtime,
Copy
and
paste.
I just thought, wow, what the fuck am I doing here? And so I thought there must be more stuff from the last 2 episodes that I could base stuff on. So I had this whole section that I was going to write from scratch, and literally just thought, no. And then I had a bit of a eureka moment, found this big chunk, and I went, yeah, bit of cutting, pasting, changing, editing. So somehow, this is a first, it's 8 o'clock at night rather than 8 o'clock in the morning. Because I was completely prepared for this was going to be an all-nighter. This was absolutely... I spoke to Kent at lunchtime. This was 100% going to be an all-nighter. And somehow it's 8 o'clock at night and I've finished.
Finishing early. Story of your life.
So, no, I can absolutely assure you.
I take your word for it.
So I am an incredibly happy bunny. So... this does mean that at some point this evening, or I might go to bed, to be honest with you, because I am fucking tired. But at some point,
No, we all are.
either that or tomorrow, I'm going to actually get the PS5 plugged in.
At last.
How exciting is that? So,
At last.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I won't be on a late one tonight.
Yeah. No. So,
I went to bed early last night thinking, because the night before I didn't get till 3 because of this thing. And then I went to bed about, 11:30, which is pretty early for me. And I was woken up by my wife at about 3 o'clock in the morning. She was having one of her funny turns, and so there was that. And then a couple of hours later, her mother woke me up by the phone. Not
I was going to say, was she on the other side of the bed?
Boom, boom.
my 86-year-old, slightly loopy mother-in-law phones me up, and all I can hear is beep 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 beep, and smoke alarms. She's got 3 smoke alarms all connected, and they're all going off. Oh Jesus! She goes, I can't turn them off. I said, have you checked there's anything burning? No, there's nothing. I'm absolutely fine. I said, well, turn them off at the mains because they're on the fuse. I said that'll kick them off for a little while. Of course, that took about 20 minutes for her to find the bloody fuse box. So in the end, at 6 o'clock, 6:30 this morning, I was pulling smoke alarms off the ceiling. Eventually found which one was wrong. And I've got an electrician coming out to rewire the whole bloody lot on Friday. So my early night came to naught.
Oh dear.
And I put my back out while I was doing, because it was, oh fuck. I shouldn't have done
Don't
that,
reenact
should I?
it. Don't reenact it.
Well, yeah, and I did, and I just felt this thing go, bing. Oh, Jesus! And it's only just now, in the last sort of hour or so, that the copious amounts of
Just try unmuting him again for a second and see
hang
if
on.
he's...
Oh no, he's gone completely.
No. Oops.
Oh well.
Get some biofreeze on it, Robbie.
Some what?
Biofreeze.
Biofreeze.
I've had this conversation before. I suffered with my back for years and years and years and years and years, and I tried everything from every kind of chiropractic McTimoney technique and acupuncture and sacro-optical. I've tried them all, and some works, some don't. But the one thing that's been a constant is biofreeze. It's kind of the opposite of deep heat, so it doesn't heat it up; it cools it down, and it's the only, because I used to snowboard. I know it's difficult to believe, but I used to snowboard, and I couldn't snowboard until I was completely covered in biofreeze.
Surely snow would be quicker.
That-
If you're-
So
Cheaper
yeah,
to-
biofreeze. You can get it from
I've
Boots.
never heard of it. I've had I've got a scoliosis which I've inherited, and my daughter, bless her, she won't forgive me for it. She's inherited it as well. And it's just a mild one. But when I used to work for Argos many years ago, I was I pushing or pulling one of these big cages on wheels full of stock, and I felt something go in my lower back, and I just absolute agony. And what I'd done is I'd herniated the disc, and so that's a constant thing with me. But if I protect it, I'm generally okay if I look after it. But this is just on my left hand side, and it's sort of like on my upper back, and I was like, oh, it's right underneath my shoulder. Kent, I was speaking to Kent earlier. He says, do some hanging off the thing, of the door frames or your ledges or whatever. And I wonder if I could get my arm above it. I can't at the moment. So yeah, I had lots of cocodamol and ibuprofen.
I
And it
can-
seems to
Hi,
suit me.
Andy, by the way.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Hi,
Right,
how
buddy.
you doing? But yeah, I can promise you, stick some biofreeze on. It'll definitely help.
I'll give it a try. I used to have deep heat. I remember the first time I put deep heat. I put it because I sorry ladies, but I don't wear anything in bed, and I sprayed it on my back, and I woke up about an hour later with my balls on fire because it had rubbed off on the sheet, and I'd rolled over and
Well, can I just
deep
point-
heat
yeah,
on your
but-
bollocks.
but
If you've
bi-
never tried it, don't.
biofreeze is exactly the same, but in reverse. So basically, it's still uncomfortable because
Is it-
I've put it on and then gone for a pee afterwards, and it's been a very sad event.
What's that shower gel with
Oh,
tea,
the mint, the
green,
mint.
or whatever?
Yeah, I made that mistake as well.
Oh man,
It's not pleasant. I know.
that,
Oh, tea tree oil, yeah, it can be brutal.
yeah, tea tree oil. That's it. Oh my word.
Yeah, it's not pleasant.
Oh my god, yeah, that wasn't good.
Anyway. Oh God, what? I do have to. Yeah, okay. So is it just going to be a show a night now? I'm just trying to figure out how this works.
Whenever Kent's
Well,
bored.
didn't
Whenever
see
Kent
last-
is bored, then
Didn't you
they'll
see
start
last
at
night's
YouTube.
show?
There wasn't a show last night, was there?
Well, there you go. Then it's not a fucking night, then, is it?
Go on,
Try
Andy.
speaking.
Say something,
Andy.
Andy.
Can you hear me?
Oh, fuck off! No, we don't want to hear you anyway.
I'm quite happy to keep quiet because
It's-
actually,
It's not that mic though.
It's not that microphone we're
You're
hearing.
coming down with something as well, aren't you?
please don't say that. Is it really not this?
It's really not that.
It's really not that.
Shush, 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 shush. He's not well. Yeah, that mic's working great. That's fine. Yeah,
Thanks, Ty.
yeah,
Love you too.
yeah, that's great.
Because I've just done major battle with this. I think I might have. That M Audio sound card was so bloody hot the other day. I think I might have fried its insides. I don't know what on earth happened, but it was. Had you noticed, Ken, about that? Because it really was so hot to touch. I don't know what on earth had happened. Maybe
Oh,
Yeah, I think Mike's the least of your worries.
You shouldn't have touched it again.
Yeah, exactly. He could be dead at this moment in time. We don't
Yeah,
know. Maybe
it could be
he
electrocuted.
could be literally on the floor, wriggling like a worm, and we don't know.
No.
So I'm guessing his M audio interface has failed spectacularly this time.
Yeah.
Something else, isn't it?
Right. Just imagine that picture, but it's full of smoke.
And the smell of burning pork. Have you ever noticed? I went down the tube once, and I could. I can't remember who I was with. I said, "Oh, barbecue!"
Someone had jumped.
Somebody had jumped. And all of a sudden, he just.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
Oh God!
not good.
Oh dear.
Not good at all.
So you got a couple of days off, Ty, and then you start
Well, I've got
the
tomorrow.
film project. Do you?
Tomorrow I'm going to sleep. That's basically. I really have got to catch up on some sleep at some point. So tomorrow's just a lazy day. Thursday, I'm sat getting a MOT and something done at the Porsche garage. Friday, I'm going to try and get ahead of myself because this Netflix series I'm meant to be starting on at the end of the first week of June, but the reality is that on Friday night I'm going to get episode 4 of this series, and they're kind of expecting me to perform the same miracle I performed this time, which means that I'll be behind with the next one. So I'm going to spend Friday trying to get ahead of myself on this Netflix thing, before the 4th episode of this one arrives on Friday. So yeah, I've got a couple of days of just not having to do a lot, which is it's just unheard of for me. So it's
It's like it's time to play in your forbidden room of synths.
I could, but can I just point out?
Busman's
I'm
holiday.
I was going to say, having spent the last however many months doing nothing but playing on fucking synths, the last thing I want to do is switch on anything. I want to do anything except play synths. That's what I want to do. So,
PlayStation 5.
How is your girlfriend?
she's all right, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's gradually coming down, but I mean, it's still, it's going to take some time. She's still desperately trying not to get stressed, but failing miserably on some counts. So
she hasn't left you yet, then? So.
Oh, that was
Quite the opposite. As soon as she gets down there with him, the better.
Yeah, exactly. She's
Yeah.
But she's all right. So, thank you.
Nice to hear.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
she's kind of slowly on the mend as long as she doesn't get stressed. But it's difficult saying to someone, "Don't get stressed," because it's just so internal.
Reminds them that they're stressed and makes them stressy.
Yeah, and it's a little thing, there's something happened, and I'm trying to kind of go, it's not a big thing, but of course in her head it is a big thing.
A big thing, yeah.
And you see, I start to realise that not everyone's head works the way my head works, really. That's what I'm starting to realise. I mean, that's
Which
a
is
good
both
thing.
a good and a bad thing.
It is a good thing, let's be honest. You don't want another head working like mine does. But at times like this, it would be very helpful if but hey-ho. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Jim's around as well. Yay.
Yeah. We're all pretty consistently sad.
I actually I didn't realise that I completely, because obviously I get loads and loads and loads of friend requests on Facebook, and I'll be honest with you, I'm crap. I'm just absolutely shit. So the reality is, they just pass me by, and I did think, I said to you, was it today or yesterday? I can't remember. That I like Jim. I think
Yes,
Jim,
that's right.
Jim.
That was
Jim's a
today.
good-
That was today.
Was it
yeah.
today? And all the days have flown.
Yeah.
And I thought, I must just kind of see a friend if he's on Facebook. Anyway, he sent me a friend request forever ago, and I've completely ignored it. So I eventually, so I did that. But I'm useless on. I mean, I think of Facebook anyway. It's the work of the fucking devil. Social media is the work of the fucking devil. I hate social media with such a passion.
Yes.
So, it's the worst thing in the world at the moment. That and Gemma Collins.
The Facebook groups are
Okay.
good, but the rest of it's crap mostly.
No, the groups aren't any good. The groups are full of wankers.
Well, I mean, some of them are, right?
Okay, there's pros. Okay, let's think of the good ones. Any good ones, Robbie? But no, I mean,
Couldn't possibly say.
yeah, exactly. But there they are. I mean, I put a post on. Well, I can't remember where it was or where it was or whatever. But it was basically saying that exactly how I see the whole thing. That we, because of the community that we're in, we like synths. We love synths. Other people like synths, and we like to think that the other people that like synths are nice people like us. But the reality is they're not. There's just as many wankers that like synths.
That was your
as there are.
response to
Yeah.
my leaving synth memes.
Yes, that was the one. Yeah, but it's true though.
Yeah.
At least when some moved from Yahoo to Facebook, they improved.
Actually, I also like the Yahoo.
I was
mailbox.
never part of the Yahoo thing.
For
But
rare
it's just-
stuff, it's really useful because there's diagrams, manuals, service manuals, crazy ass
thing-
patches.
Things like that. That's incredibly useful. I think it's more just the whole people. Talking of ourselves.
Has this worked?
No.
No. I mean, we can hear you though, so don't worry about it. There's
can
just
hear you.
all it is there's a mic somewhere in that room. It's on your computer.
Yeah, it'd be on the webcam or the computer cam. It's not recognising anything on USB at all. It seems that the sound card and my desk.
Tickle one of them so we know which one it could be. Tickle your webcam. It's not that one. It's that one.
It's that one.
It's that one.
Yeah, it's that one.
There you go.
Right.
So there you go. And
Consider it tickled.
it sounds great.
You might have tried the USB interface on the computer.
Thank you, Sassy. That really cheers me up. It's very possible that. Well,
But that's easy to test. I could talk you through it some other time.
Well, maybe. So, I mean, it was absolutely fine for Jamie's show on Sunday. Everything seemed to be working all right. And then watched Dom's show, and then Kent did his little thingy, and I jumped in, and nothing worked. Nothing was having it. And it was like, what's happened now? Why is this? And of course, when it's not working, because I'm basically a technical idiot. I don't
Useless
really
is the word
understand.
you're looking for. Okay.
Yeah, that'll do, Ty. Yeah, I'm
There's nothing wrong with being useless.
Triceratops.
There's nothing wrong with being useless. I've made
My
a
career
with it.
depends on guys being useless.
Yeah, exactly.
well, thank you, but it's frustrating. It's just frustrating. Anyway, I'm sorry, and thank you for being patient and not being too rude. Although being called a twat is perfectly acceptable, Ty. I can live with that.
Yeah.
I didn't call you a twat, did I? I called you an arsehole.
Oh, okay. It's just the other side.
Dear. Well,
Yeah,
just
go on.
getting back to Facebook, I saw the story about Clearview AI being fined by the ICO, and people ask me why I like to maintain some element of anonymity on the internet. And
Can
then
you
they
say all of that
find
in English? I haven't got a clue. Who are you talking about? What
there's
the
a
fuck's-
company called Clearview AI
Okay.
who basically scraped all the names and pictures off Facebook and Twitter and all these other accounts and uploaded the images to their AI system and started selling the data to police forces across the world. So they've just been fined by the Information Commissioner's Office £7.5 million for breaches, but it's obviously been happening for a very long time, and yeah, I mean, you know, they obviously used 1984 as a guidebook.
That never happened in Germany. Privacy is hardcore there.
It's happened all over the world. I mean, it basically, if there was a picture on Facebook and a name attached, they harvested it.
Well, at least most of the pictures of me on Facebook are either when I was, you know, kind of 10 or a teenager looking a twat. So, yeah.
Oh, hang on.
Go on. Who's that?
Sorry. Back in a second.
Hello, news desk.
That's Clearview AI.
Yeah, we have got your picture.
Yeah. By the way.
Smug. Yeah.
Yeah. We know where you live.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know why I did that in an accent. Because, yeah. Anyway.
Hey, you went with the flow, mate. You felt the room.
Well, I mean, it's more likely that the sinister, nasty people are going to be British. We know where you live.
Oh dear.
I just finished watching that. I think I said the other day, the Pentaveret on Netflix, which is Mike Myers. It's basically, instead of a new Mike Myers film, like all Mike Myers films,
Oh, yeah. I've heard
it's a
about
Mike
this.
Myers TV series, but it's actually, it's predictable in many places. You know the jokes, you can hear them coming a mile off, but they are still quite funny when they're delivered. And he plays lots of different characters, and he does them really quite well. And we just binged it in like a couple of nights, and it was quite ticklesome. So yeah. And that's all about the secret societies that run the world and taking the piss out of conspiracy theorists, which is very. And they do it. They're pretty good at it.
Vegan cyclists.
Vegan cyclists. Yeah. Oh dear.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
That reminds me of something, but I can't remember. What.
What, me yawning or saying, oh my God?
Vegan cyclists.
Yeah, you yawning going, oh my God. Oh, yeah.
That's quite worrying.
Okay, yeah, that's all right.
Oh!
Ben's home.
Oh, good. Yeah, I saw
Good
his
stuff.
Facebook post. Yeah, glad he's out and mended.
Well, he's on the way. It's going to be a while yet, I think. But
Do we know? I mean, obviously you don't have to say. But I don't know what's wrong with it. Yeah, but you can't. Okay, that's fine.
well, no, I think it's osteomyelitis, bone infections.
Oh, fuck.
That's not good.
That's not nice.
Well, they thought it was sepsis to start with.
Yeah.
Wow,
And that's really
okay.
not good.
That's really
Can
not
be
good.
very bad, yeah.
But no, he's been put on massive loads of antibiotics, and I'm sure Ben will go into. I got all the kind of gory details, and but yeah, I think he's home now, and he'll be.
At least it wasn't
continuing-
MERS. My doctor friend's been saying that lately, which is nasty.
Sorry.
The MERS, the flesh-eating bacteria.
Oh yeah.
There's loads of shit. Oh, and I did. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure everyone knows now, but have you seen that it did come out how Vangelis died? What he did die.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, it was. He's been in hospital apparently for 3 months with
right.
COVID.
Oh, it was COVID.
Yeah,
It was COVID, and
Been
it was
confirmed, isn't it?
yeah, it's apparently so, and his heart gave in the end. But he was ill for 3 months.
Yeah.
I think he was in hospital for 3 months. I think
He was
so.
prime fodder.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
If,
yeah.
you know. So, but
At least it wasn't the monkeypox. Can you imagine cause of death? Monkeypox. That'd be rather.
Yeah.
On a different subject, which isn't quite so depressing.
I thought monkeypox was quite funny.
Yeah. Well, I meant people dying, really. of
Oh right,
COVID,
yeah, that.
actually.
Okay.
USB cables. It's putting in the chat about trying some different interfaces and USB cables. Because the USB cable that I'd used, I bought two what I thought were decent USB cables. You know, high quality. Paid quite a lot of money for these cables. Is that just false economy, or is it like other things? You know, you do get what you pay for. Because at the minute, when things like the USB goes wrong, I have not a clue what on earth I'm supposed to do to try to put it right. So, is it worth my while, you know, testing out new interfaces? My old one, digging it out and trying a new USB cable, a brand new expensive one, or am I just barking up the wrong tree completely?
Not all USB cables are the same.
they're not.
And
Right.
do you know, in my experience, and I've heard a lot of people with the same thing, Amazon Basics USB cables are actually rather good.
Right. Okay.
They're well made.
That's worth
and,
knowing.
Yeah, and they're very affordable. They just do what they do. And I've got loads around here, especially extension cables. You know, moving things around. So like 10-meter extension cable from over there to over here. Not 10-meter, 5-meter.
Yeah, I can vouch for Amazon Basics. They're pretty good.
Yeah, and it's just works. So it might be worth.
Yeah.
Although
okay.
in my in just my personal experience, the USB cables that I have the most trouble with in terms of will it work or won't it is cables that use micro USB on the other end. So because you'll get a cable with your phone, which might be good for charging, but it might not be good for data. You'll get a cable for something else that's good for both, or something. You know, they don't
But
all
they look
work.
identical. That's the problem.
Yeah, and there's no real way of knowing unless you plug and test, and that's the problem I had with the Synth Pro, because when I got it, it kept going out of tune, and I couldn't figure out what the hell it was, and I thought, I'll change the cable, and I found a really good cable, one that I know is really well made, and it worked, and it's been perfect ever since. And that's all it was. It was just not passing the voltage properly.
Yeah. Yeah, and
be worth trying.
don't fall for the if it's expensive, it must be a good thing.
No.
I've had really expensive ones, you know, with nice aluminium
All right.
plugs on them, stuff like that. Caught the cable slightly, and what I ended up with was a nice piece of aluminium, but with 6 little copper pins sticking out the top of it,
Yeah.
where the casing had come off and it was still in the computer.
Yeah, I was just wondering, but I'll take the advice about Amazon Basics. That's good to know. If people who understand this stuff say, yeah, these are worth getting, then it's good.
So what's happened? Is it just?
I have no idea. I wish I
But
could
what I'm
explain
saying
it.
is it a PC or a Mac?
It's a PC. I mean, what I noticed on Sunday night when I tried to join the stream on Sunday, and it just was not coming through. I was getting nothing. In my headphones, I was getting no audio. It was very quiet. Everyone said it's very quiet. So is it this room mic thing? And I was trying to go into the settings, and I reached over and picked out the M audio, and it was so hot.
You broke the M audio?
It was so hot. I was like, it's just been in the rack, you see, just doing its business.
Yeah.
And it was so hot. I thought, whoa, that can't be that hot. That's not right. So I immediately thought, well, that's like, I unplugged that, took it out, and let it cool down. I mean, it's been on now, and now it's just sort of it's warm, but it's not hot. So I don't know what was, but it's in a rack, and it's not necessarily a lot of circulation there because it's like a flight case rack, and it may not be the best sort of mounting for it. But anyway, I don't know, but nothing was working, and then trying to. Now it seems that nothing seems to be able to pick up the this microphone. I mean, I'm looking at my desk here, and I can see the meters are going. It's picking up the sound, but the desk is not getting the USB. The USB audio is not getting into the computer.
It's funny because it was working when you first came on, even though we couldn't hear you.
Well, you couldn't hear us.
You couldn't hear us.
No, I
rather.
couldn't hear you. Well, you could hear this.
Yeah, you could hear
Yeah.
you tap doing that business.
Should I have another go? Or, no,
I was going to say
can't,
I
no.
would because that bodes well. That bodes well.
Well, you see,
Right.
if you ever go
That means
now,
plug in because I've unplugged the M audio again now.
you probably got the biggest support team in the room with you.
This is true, right?
Doesn't mean the most knowledgeable. It just means the biggest physically.
Yeah, it's just the biggest. Yeah,
The fattest support team.
and I've got loads of specialist hammers. So there you go. Everything you need.
Specialist hammers. Ooh. Right, let's get that cable going again. 'cause
Well,
that's-
mute yourself first. Was someone muted?
I'll mute that.
There you go.
But now we're not going to hear him screaming.
I take it you haven't heard anything back, Robbie.
I have.
From
Yes,
Peter.
actually.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I was just trying to, get enough sugar to coat it.
In which case, the answer is no.
No, I'll
Yeah.
we'll speak. Did anyone else see that new interface from? That's Evo Audio, isn't it? I think it's
Audient.
Audient. Yeah. The Evo 16 looks quite good.
I kind of looked at the Audient. I quite like Audient stuff. They're their preamps are nice. I mean, they're not, they're quite clean and I know someone that's got some some other Audient interfaces and said that they're really good. But I haven't seen. I saw it and just I'm not in the market for it, so I just kind of looked at it and thought, oh.
Well, I was trying to find the price of it, and I couldn't.
The Audient is always, I don't want to say cheap, but it's not, because I looked at one of their desks, one of their big desks, and I think they do it for about 30 grand or something. But if you went and bought an equivalent, SSL, it's like kind of 3-4 times the money.
Yeah.
So it's they are reasonable for what they are. So I'm sure it'll be good.
No, I just think I think I might want a bigger interface. Because I mean, I've got this Focusrite 2i4 Scarlett, which is absolutely fine, but I wouldn't mind getting some more inputs in there. But this is like, I was kind of attracted by the word smart, 24 by 24, 469. There you go. It's not bad.
For 16 in.
24 in, 24 out.
See, that's cheap as chips.
Isn't it just? What's missing?
I don't know.
That
No
is
cutbacks or anything?
Shit,
Doesn't
that's really
look.
cheap.
You got
Because
two.
the Focusrite 1820s.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but go and look at anything. Go and look at look how much RME stuff is.
I mean,
Yeah.
it does 24 in, 24 out, but of course, there's ADAT.
Some of them software ones.
Yeah, they're ADAT. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've actually got 8 physical TRS combo inputs, 2 on the front, 6 at the back, and then you've got 8 phono outputs on the back,
Yeah.
and 2 headphone sockets, which is always handy.
Yeah.
And then a pair of optical ins and a pair of optical outs, which is probably the way I think I ought to go. And when I get the O2R off the floor and plugged in, I've got fucking tons of ADAT on that, and analog ins and outs. So that might be the way to go. I don't know. Just need a room to put it in.
Minor detail.
Sure.
I have a bunch of stuff with optical in and out. I never use it. I just use XLR.
I've still
I got
I've
a
still
message
got
from Lorne Balfe today
Ooh.
with potential more soundtrack work.
Yay, fantastic.
Nice.
And this time I'll take your advice, Ty, regarding my fee.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I can't believe I sold myself so cheap.
No.
I feel like a dirty whore.
No. No.
That's probably what I'd come back to.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay,
He won't come back to you after this time.
That's it, yeah.
You'll tell him how much you want, and then you'll never hear from him again.
Well, he was asking about the Fairlight again.
My phone will ring.
Yeah, he was asking about the Fairlight again. And
The answer's no.
No, you're still webcam.
Yeah, he's still webcam.
I haven't clicked the settings yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm on my settings. So audio,
Bang.
right, mic, and it's picking up the M audio. It's picked it up. Line 1, 2, or do I want M audio track 8? No, I probably want
We don't know the way yours is set up.
line 1 and 2. No, I've got something plugged into 1 and 2, and it's coming out. So I suppose I ought to click that one. Let's see if that works. Is that working?
Yay!
yay.
What?
There you go.
There you go.
So is that working now?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Absolutely fine.
Yeah.
What was that all about then? Why have I had to go through such fucking gymnastics to get this one? Well,
It's probably
Can I-
where you
can I-
dusted
can
it and
I-
moved the tune knob.
Can I tell you? Well, I'll tell you. You remember I was trying to get the
thank
camera.
you guys.
You remember I was trying to get the camera to work with that the other, and I told you it just wouldn't work. And Robbie was saying, "Oh, try a different lead." It wasn't the fact it's a different lead, and I kid you not. And I found out what it was in the end. Now, USB-C, okay. Depending on which way the lead was plugged in, depending on whether it worked or not. Same lead, but if you had one end plugged in and the other way it went that direction, wouldn't work. Turn the lead round and had it the other direction, would work. Work that one out.
Ah.
Oh,
That's-
interesting.
Yeah, I say I would turn around and go, as Robbie was about to turn around and go, but that's impossible. That shouldn't happen.
Well,
Directional
be
USB.
Well, that's exactly how it was. If you had the USB plugged in one way, it would work. If you had it plugged in the other way, it wouldn't work.
No, that's
Well,
really
they-
odd.
Forget
Ages.
USB. SCSI Voodoo was always the craziest thing.
Scuzzy voodoo. God,
Sorry about
scuzzy.
that, chaps.
What, have you just let me
Right.
go? Oh, he's back.
Former clients just lost their head of IT and just needed all the passwords resetting. So
Yo.
I offered to do it.
Oh, you got a job. Excellent.
No. Oh, good God, no. No, I'll let some other poor sap deal with that in future then.
Hey, Ben.
Evening, Ben.
Hello, Ben. How are you?
Nope, can't hear us.
Oh, don't. We're going to go through all this again now, aren't we?
It's a virus spreading.
Hi, up, Zaf.
Oh, mate.
Hey.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, he's not hiding in the
Guten
dark.
Tag.
Oh, you don't sound like you're coming from a 1975 phone.
I know why that was now.
Which was?
Because I was using my
Yeah.
ear tampons,
Yeah.
but they were going into a 2010 MacBook Air, and I don't think it supports the Bluetooth codec.
Ah.
So, anyway.
Hi, guys.
Hello, what you talking about?
You.
You, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Too loud. You turn yourself down.
Did you not know, sir? Everyone suddenly went quiet, going, shh, 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 shh.
Talking about
Am I
what
too
wonderful
loud?
place Facebook and Twitter are.
Oh no, we
Oh,
finished
yeah.
that ages ago.
No, don't stop! Don't stop! For fuck's sake!
How's that? Is that better?
We were talking about USB cables
One-way
We were
USB,
USB.
cables.
and fun.
God,
ones.
Jesus. How did I miss that excitement?
Exactly.
Jesus.
It's all my fault, Mark. It's all my fault.
What particularly were you talking about?
We were talking about Ty's mystery USB-C cable that is directional.
Oh, the cheap ones. Some I just have the pins on the top wired. Yeah,
No,
or the
it
bottom,
wasn't-
however
it
you look at it.
Well, it was the one that came with it. So,
Was it?
yeah.
Very specific cable.
What?
Do you know, actually, did I tell, because I don't think I told you, I mean, I think I told Ken, I bought a whole load of Zoom stuff. And really, it's cool. It's cool. Like, really cool. So I bought that camera. What else did I buy? Hang on a second.
That's disconcerting. I just looked away and then Mark's changed his view.
So I bought that
Close your
camera.
eyes again, Robbie.
So I
Nice
bought the,
profile.
so I bought the camera. That's nice.
Very documentary, isn't it?
And then I bought,
Yeah.
I bought
Oh,
that.
you
Q8.
bought one of
What the
those
hell's that?
octopodes. It's
Oh.
that thing with the 8
Oh,
inputs
yeah.
that Gaz
Which
loves.
are fucking brilliant. And I also bought that.
Oh, you got
Yeah,
one of
yeah.
those.
An
Interesting.
R20. And do you know what? All they are is just, I just bought a whole load of stuff to kind of go, different way of working. Shove a mic on the piano. Go back to the good old days of just, messing, really. So, but I did a recording of the piano using the Q8. Is it Q8? Yeah.
Is that the camera?
No, that's the 8
Kit.
in
The weird-
The
the one that
8
looks like a spider.
The octopus
Fucking
thing,
hell! Fucking hell! I mean, the recording of it on it was amazing. The quality of it was just. I literally just shoved it in the piano, and the quality was amazing.
Fucked
So-
up the keys it was sitting on, the strings it was sitting on,
No,
but everything else was
So
fine.
it's like,
When I say I shoved it in the piano, I do actually mean there was a microphone stand involved.
Oh, I never.
You put a microphone stand inside the piano.
Oh God!
It's a big piano.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know why I bother sometimes.
Duct tape on it on the job.
You couldn't do my job then, Ty, because that's how I feel all the bloody time.
What?
Look, what have I just said?
Yeah.
Why are you asking me to repeat what I said about 5 seconds ago?
Now take your fingers out of the wall socket.
sounds like my wife.
Now stick another finger in the wall.
But
socket.
see, but the thing is,
See if
but
you make a
mate,
connection.
I've told you, I did that once. I did teach some A-level music technology. So that was. I must have told you the
Well,
story.
they're supposed to be
about-
intelligent by the time they
I
get to
told
A
you.
level.
Yeah, I must have told you the story about me and my language, because my language was. Oh, my language was.
Choice.
Yeah.
Fruity.
My language is exactly the same as
Purple.
it's on here.
Don't
It's
I
the
don't
same-
believe it for a second.
my language is exactly the same as it is on here, basically. And the funny part about it was the kids, they loved it, and we had a great time. And it was absolutely.
Well,
but
Until one of
so
the
this-
parents
were these
came
two-
in and
were
said,
these-
well, he told him it was a fucking F, not a sodding G.
I'm going to tell you, this is the absolute truth. This conversation actually happened. The head of department, who's a really cool guy, and he knew exactly what was going on, and he never questioned it, never said anything about it. And it was only when we were doing lots of A-level submissions, and one of the, a couple of them were being twats, basically. And anyway, I had some choice words to say to one of the guys doing all his getting all his stuff together, and the head of department said, "Ty, can I just have a quick word?" And I went, "Yeah, of course." And he just turned around and went, "Look," he said.
What's the word cunt?
He turned around and went. He said, "I know the kids love you. I know what goes on in the lessons." And he said, "And I never question it. I never pick on it." He said, "You can say whatever you like, and I'm never going to stop you." He said, "But you can't call the kids a cunt."
I called it.
Yeah.
And never cunt clause to your
Twat, that's
contract.
fine.
Everything else, honestly, my language was worse, if not, exactly the same as it was here, and it was absolutely fine, and no one questioned anything. And
It's interesting about role though, Ty, because you're in a position, and you're doing something you normally do, and you're used to talking in a particular way to people.
Mm-hmm.
I did this seminar a few weeks ago to the sixth form music tech, so I took in the modular, I took in a few bits and bobs, and we're doing this. We're talking about this stuff. And my language slipped. I said, "You should hear this one. It's fucking awesome."
You slipped into the Spong arms speak.
That's the Spong arms. Honestly, without thinking, without, and of course they were all rolling around. I thought it was the funniest thing they'd heard in ages. Mr. Brooks just said, "Fucking."
Yeah.
But
But the funny part about it is that because my language is I don't know if anyone noticed, but it's
Anglo-Saxon.
delicate.
yeah.
Flowery.
and yet, the moment my daughter's around, and it's completely, I never think about it. The moment she's around, I've never sworn in front of my daughter, ever. She's never heard me swear. And when we're out and about, if we're with, kind of other dads or whatever, and the kids are around, and the other dads are swearing, I'm the one going, "Come on, whoa, what's the language?" And I've never sworn in front of her, never will. And yet, it's almost like the moment she leaves, the moment she's out the house, it's literally straight back into cunting fucking.
It's all
wanking,
bottled up.
shitting,
You got to
pissing.
get it out.
Yeah, that's what it does. The moment I'm saying goodbye, I just literally turn back into the door, going "fuck, wank, shit, wank, fuck, cunt, dogs."
I was the same with Scott. I never swore in front of him until he was
4.
16. No, never.
I think
never.
we took the foot off the gas. We put the brakes on, or not took the brakes off, when the kids were sort of like early teens, because they were picking it up at school anyway. And I just said, "Look, I don't really want you swearing in the house. I know that you will swear because I was young once, but as long as you know when it's appropriate to and when it's not appropriate to, then I'm more concerned about that." And they do, they're very well behaved when family around and that. But some of the conversations we have in the house are quite. I mean, obviously my daughter's 18 and my son's nearly 17, so caution's out the window. But
I think one of the funniest. We went to see my daughter and I, she was 10 at the time, and we went to see everyone. Everyone's talking about Jamie? Yeah, everyone's talking about Jamie. Where great show. Hey. Lots of bad language, like really bad language. And I just turned around to her and said, "No, there's going to be lots of bad language in this." And she went, "It's okay, Daddy, because I'll just ignore it. It's fine, I'll just ignore it." And honestly, on stage, there was shit and cunt and wank and there was loads of stuff on stage. And she took it all by. And then in the interval, she turned around and said, she's so innocent, she turned around to me and went, "Did you hear what that lady said behind us?" And I went, "No." She said, "She called her son the S word." Like this. And I went, "Did she?" She went, "I know." And she said it, and she knew that I was sat here in front of her, and she still said it.
brilliant.
So sweet. Yeah.
Right,
and then completely ignores the onslaught of bad language on the stage.
Right,
She's
well,
a
I'm going to
real-
leave
she's-
now.
Why?
Okay.
Because there's a cheap chair in the room. I can't stand it.
My £10 chair.
Jim!
How you doing, Ty?
I'm all right. How are you?
He just woken up or something, Ty. He's been there for 4 hours.
No, I was just saying this. The reason I'm here is the fact that I finished early. So my deadline's tomorrow, and I finished early. So I'm spending half an hour here.
It's not always a good thing.
What, finishing early? We don't want to stop the finishing early jokes when it comes to bunking. We've been here. We've done this. It's not a trait that I have. I may be 54, but it's that one area where I have no issues. Thank you.
There we go. There's another one.
Sorry. The pedant in me is coming out about the spelling, Jim.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Well, no, I was keeping it short.
That's the right way.
Yeah.
Whoa. That's fighting talk if ever I've heard it.
Definitely.
Yeah. Hi, Ben.
Hi guys.
Hello, Ben. We can hear you now. You're all right.
I've got a shitty setup here, but I'll have to make do.
How's Germany?
It's not bad, yeah. It's just back to work after Superbooth, back to reality. So the come down continues.
Back to life.
But there's a few tasty bits starting to appear. Hopefully, with Nam around the corner, I think it's next week.
Connection's gone shit.
So
2 weeks. Yeah, it's not this weekend. It's next.
What? Excuse my ignorance, Ben. But what do you do? Sorry.
You
have no idea who I am. I don't know. I don't know you.
I have a fair idea, but no, I'm a part-time producer in my spare time. You could argue, but I work in construction. It's very much full time.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what Ty does. he's a plasterer by trade.
Mate, don't. Do you know? Honestly, I was at a launch of a series that I'd done music. This is years ago, and the producer introduced me to this fucking posh whoever this woman was, and turned and went, "Oh, this is Ty. He's the composer. He wrote the music. I know he looks like a brickie, but he's actually." He can actually write good music. I know he looks like a brickie.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Was it your dungarees and the hod carrier that you had with you?
The high-vis vest and the hat.
Yeah. Very good.
That's very good. My Village People look.
I was saying it was a Village People convention, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But, cool. Yeah. Any particular type of construction in particular, or?
We do hotels. I'm working on a large hotel project at the minute.
Okay.
I'm moving to another project in Poland next month for a large retail project.
Wow. Okay.
Which will remain nameless, but everybody will know it.
Okay.
So it's what we do. So it's been crazy busy since COVID.
When you say you're involved in construction, are you doing are you labouring or are you in the project? You know,
no, I'm a construction foreman. So
okay.
The other guys, it's basically ass whipping all day. Not easy, but someone has to do it. It's challenging.
Multilingual ass whipping.
Multilingual, yes. I've got several bad words in several bad languages, or in several languages. It's a good requirement. But
so
yeah,
it makes our Wiedersehen pet, but updated.
yeah. It's it's good fun, but yeah, a few music things I've done in the past. I used to do music production, teaching and things back in Ireland before I moved here. So ideally, I would love to get back into that.
And what part of Ireland are you from?
So I'm from Northern Ireland, tied between Belfast and Derry City, in the middle of nowhere. Beautiful part of the world, but very little happening to keep me entertained. But I've been living in Berlin just over 4 years.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So yeah, that's more my sort of vibe. Mm-hmm. Never a dull moment there at all.
And Ben's tunes are great, by the way. I will say that. Thank you for sending me those.
Cool.
And I really enjoyed listening to your tunes.
Thanks, Andrew. I'll have to get you some more. Have to get some more time to get some more over the line. But just putting a new studio together, so hopefully that'll mean I can start finishing more bits when I get the time. So the chat earlier about the new audio interface is fairly relevant to me because I'm probably going to need a couple, maybe ADAT, daisy chained interfaces or whatever. So I'm kind of shopping around at the minute for such a interface.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to squeeze
I went
one of
very
those,
cheap with my expansion. Basically, I got one of the cheap ADA
for fuck's sake, how long
H200s,
did
but
it
I'm
take
clocking
you?
it off the Quantum.
They work fine.
I've heard a lot of good things about this. The ADA.
Yeah.
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 Oh, that's
What's it?
shit.
Giant what's it?
Giant. Look at the size of them.
Wow.
Whoa!
You know what that is?
a
Somebody's just
Winston
emptied. Somebody just emptied a packing crate full of those space filler things. That's what you're eating, man.
And very nice there too.
Can I just say something, by the way? If anyone hasn't seen it, because I watched it when I was working today, is it Chris and Rosie? They've got some show on BBC.
I deliberately
whatever.
not watched it after I saw the trailer for it.
No. Just watch.
They're
just
little
watch
puppets on the
episode-
barge.
No,
Oh, no, that's
No.
Rosie and Jim. Isn't it?
Rosie and Jim. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of.
it's
Sanctimation.
it's got Martin Kemp and his wife on this one, but that isn't the point. There's
Oh,
one
Shirley.
clip, there's one bit on it where basically people send in their kind of please keep me anonymous, and they tell a very short story. It's all to do with it's couples basically, and it's just a very short story. And I'm not going to give anything away. It's worth just watching for that, and it's literally just 2 minutes of TV gold. And I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Swingers.
No. I'm. Whoa, that's taken a turn.
Where did that come from?
First thing, swingers must be swingers. It's got to be swingers.
Is this Freudian by any chance?
Yeah, exactly.
I completely lost the thread of this.
That's just amazing.
What's going
Yeah,
on?
swingers. It's got to be swingers.
That's too much time in Berlin. That
Were they
is.
fucking the dog? They were fucking the dog, weren't they? Yeah. They were fucking the neighbour and the dog at the same time. They were, weren't they? Yeah. No, it's
What
honestly, you've
are
got to.
swingers?
What?
Pardon?
What?
What?
What are swingers?
What are swingers?
Oh my god!
The people that use those thingies in the park.
Yeah.
Are you being? And are you
When
being
they're
serious?
taking out the
No, that's dogging.
No. Wait. We need to get to the bottom of this.
Nobody
Are
tell
you-
them about cottaging.
Do you not know, Anne?
Right, cottaging I know. Right, dogging I know
Yeah.
because it's the heterosexual equivalent of cruising.
Okay.
What's swinging?
Oh my god.
Okay. Imagine we're all in a room together. Okay.
What have I started?
And maybe we've got our partners with,
With our
us.
partners. Yeah.
With our partners, and one way of the sorting hat would be to throw your car keys, and then the women pick the car keys and they go off with the owner of those car keys. It's not necessarily you, it's somebody else, and you're therefore
Really
swinging.
a thing? Am I really that naive?
Oh,
Yes.
Jesus.
Yes, you
Yeah,
are.
I'm afraid so.
And if you get van keys, you have to double team.
Look, I've had sex in more than one bush.
Gotta go.
I'm
Taxi
not-
soon.
I'm not actually.
Yeah, I don't mind you.
I'm not all that
Yeah.
innocent.
Zaf's off swinging.
I'd never heard that.
They're actually called
Sorry,
dog parties.
Oh God.
There you go then.
Wow.
Yeah,
It must
like
be
you
a
see,
heterosexual thing. 'cause
people
I've never
come
come
here to
across
learn
Steve
things.
Elbows. Just put the
What
crankies
Steve
for
Elbows
swingers.
just said.
Yeah.
Doesn't much about-
The crankies of swingers. I met them, and they're really funny. In real life, right? Not when they're doing their show. They are hilarious.
Oh, have I just sewn myself up in front of thousands of people? 42 people.
No, you've just endeared yourself to 42
Can I just put?
people,
Yeah, I was going to say. I think it's more endearment.
Yes,
than
Wagyu,
anything
more
else.
than one bush. I admit it. Yes,
Yeah.
definitely more than one.
Well, let's just say that they do it, but at the same time.
But not for a very long time.
Exactly. So.
Sorry,
Sorry,
Ty.
Ty.
No. That's
Where do you go from here?
Yeah, the Tiergarten, Ben.
Glory holes.
Oh, yeah.
Believe me, I know about that one.
Kit Kat Club.
Who's Bush?
dear.
There's too many bushes in there, Andrew. Come out.
I say nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, the
brilliant.
Tiergarten. Oh my God. Right, look, sorry. Enough. Right, we've gone too far now. I only asked an innocent question.
Can I
and
just
ended up
point
in a
out, it
bush.
wasn't that. It was the fact that the first thing that came back was swinging. It's got to be swinging. No. Anyway, back to this TV show. It's not swinging. It's just a couple, and something happens to this woman, and it involves a dog. And
You said it didn't.
honestly, it's. I mean, it's just hilarious. I'm there
Do we have a
working.
timestamp for this? I don't want to have to watch
Oh
this.
no, sorry. I'm there. Episode 2. I'm there
Ice cream.
working. I'm there working, and this is on, and I literally have to stop to listen, and then I'm laughing out loud for 30 seconds.
Hang on.
This story.
Did this have anything to do with a dog bursting into a bedroom?
And a cold, wet nose.
Right, cool.
No,
Sorry.
it did not.
But at least you
not
could
that
see the
much
dog's cute little face.
It's not my boss there.
When I had sex, the dog's pointing the other way.
Oh, Kent.
Kent, stop it now, Kent.
What?
Kent.
Isn't that right, Siri?
Just to remind you, Kent, this isn't actually a real pub. People are actually watching, and it's preserved for posterity.
You met the
Oh, there it
girlfriend?
is.
Hello, darling.
Yeah, I want to
Yeah, I
point
know
out
what
at
you
this
want.
point, I'm
I know
completely
you-
innocent in proceedings here. I'm merely passing
Passing
the story of
through.
what,
Oh, now you wash
what
your
was
hands,
on
yeah.
TV. Yeah, exactly. So it was
Oh, God.
everyone else. Everyone else.
Oh,
Anyway, well, look, I am on that bombshell.
Jeremy.
I will probably pop my head in on Thursday, hopefully. But I'm going to.
You look
to
silly.
love
I'm
and
not
leave.
doing one Thursday.
Are you not doing one Thursday?
Yeah, I am.
I'm going to love and leave, and I
one.
have a brilliant evening.
Thank you, you too, Ty.
Two.
I may try and get the PS5 working now.
You say
Possibly. Yeah.
Thanks for helping with the old techno problems.
I
Even
didn't
if it
do
was,
anything. I was gonna say
well,
it
just
was
even
to
just
me.
telling me that you could hear it when the M audio was plugged in. That was actually really helpful because that meant
Yeah.
that wasn't the issue. So
Yeah.
You
So
actually
I
take the
appreciate
steering
that.
wheel and pedals out of the box, are you?
So again,
Taking the steering wheel and pedals out of the box.
I'm going to take things out of boxes. Even if I get that far, that'll be a start.
Wow.
I'll get things charged up, and I'll take things out of boxes, and
Practice Nuremberg.
and then just as I get everything hooked to him, it's going to be Friday again, and I'll be back to work. But it's okay. It's good. Oh, can I just say, new propaganda album, by the way?
Good night.
No.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah.
It's really good.
No, you sad fucker. You sad fucker. No, do you know what? Honestly, the production on it is...
Production is awesome.
The production is awesome. The only problem is that the production is awesome, except the production is 1987.
87. Yeah,
That's the
I
problem.
wondered.
And if you want to still, if you want to still be in 1987, the production is amazing, but it is 1987.
Just look at Robbie's room.
But I know. The thing is, it's that there's lots of inverted commas retro stuff out there that still has that sound, still has that feel, but has a certain more modern element to it. But I mean, this literally is 1987. It hasn't moved forward at all, and the songs are just incredibly mediocre. Incredibly mediocre.
Sorry, can't agree.
Yeah. So I'm glad we agree on that one. And
And after that balloon bursting,
yeah, but he likes fucking wet leg or whatever knee,
Wet
or
leg, yeah.
wet ankle or wet armpit, whatever they're called.
Moist
and
gusset.
Gusset, yeah. That's my band. Moist Gusset.
I just want to point out one thing, and this is absolutely true. On the last track of this thing that I did, I'm not saying that my heart wasn't in it, but I just want to show you how this was done. So all the rest of it's done in the studio. The last track, I just wanted it done and out the room. So I was doing it on this laptop with the dongle plugged in, and me
stylophone.
me lying on the sofa like this, okay, and this is where the keyboard was. I was literally sat here like this.
Ty
And all
phones it in.
all I did was just sit here playing
Yeah.
for the last track. I swear to God, that's exactly where it was. I just sat here hanging my arm over the sofa to do the last track.
And because I know the process,
That's
I
how much
totally
my
believe that.
And I swear to God, I swear that's how it was done. The last track was done that
Yeah.
way. So
Worth every
brilliant.
penny.
New genre. New genre.
Yeah. So, what crap? Yeah. Anyway, look. Have a good evening, and I will speak to you all soon. Have a great couple of days.
Take care.
Take care, Ty.
Bless guys. See you later.
Ciao.
Bye.
Yalla, buds.
Hold on, just checking CFAX. Oh
dear.
come on, Adam, jump in.
Just put
I'm
a
gonna
link
get a
in
beer.
there.
Ooh, I'm actually supposed to be going out.
Too late.
Not even on fire. What's the matter with you?
Oh, no, there's a gig on around the corner. But I was going to go.
Oh, another.
I missed the start, guys. Did you chat about that new third wave synth? It's been shown on Gearspace and Instagram. They took the video down already.
They haven't, have they?
Yeah.
Not seen it.
Oh,
What
so
is it?
It shouldn't have gone out.
So it looks like a PPG wave. Well, it's been worked on by some guy that used to work for Modal and a few other guys.
Okay.
He worked for UDO, I think, as well. Maybe I got that part wrong, but it's 24 voice, 2 analog filters, sequencer. Looks the part, but you've just got images up now. Some guy who's been doing sound design put a video up, but they must have made it take it down.
Here's a question for you: are there too many synths?
Of course.
Well, in here.
Yeah, yes and no.
No, I just mean generally these days it's almost impossible to keep up with it all. There's so many, and so many little boutique companies, and so many big companies chucking out this and this and this. It's actually really difficult to keep. And well, once upon a time, you got Sound on Sound or Future Music or Music Technology once a month, and there'd be 4 synths in it or something, and you sort of, it was a trickle, and you kept up with it. You knew what was what, and now it's like bam, 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 hundreds of these things. I just can't keep up with it.
I love the good old days. I love the good old days when it used to be NAMM would happen, a mag would come out, and there's a flagship from each of the big 3, a medium range one from each of the big 3, and a couple of little ones, and then there'll be some new companies popped up that may or may not survive that's got something out, and that was pretty much it.
Like the Innovation
Yeah,
Base
but-
Station.
But back in,
Innovation, yeah.
But then you
back
wait
in
the rest of
those
the year.
back in those days, we, the normal people, couldn't afford the synths
Oh, no.
on average, or if we did, we would be able to buy one.
Used to love ogling them. though.
Every now and again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
absolutely right, yeah.
whereas now it is the democratization not just of synthesizers but of music generally. I do wonder whether it's not that there are too many synths, but where's the innovation?
Yeah.
Well, there's been a lot of stuff coming out, hasn't there, that is harking back 40 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there's
In
like
the-
new to
in
be
the
gained.
main
See
box.
some new form of synthesis, personally.
Unless there is nowhere else to go.
I mean, there's only so much you can do with audio, to be honest.
Yeah.
That is an issue. But there's been some. I mean, I think the real creative sort of areas are the boutique companies and Eurorack. I mean, Eurorack is by and large small companies. There's a lot of really. I mean, there's some of the modules that come out and go, that's really weird and really niche, and it does. But it feeds into other things, doesn't it? Ultimately.
Yeah.
So.
But it has to, otherwise he gets no sound out of it.
Thing is, though, my spider senses are tingling, and I'm getting a feeling based on what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing. Is there's going to be an analog price crash of vintage,
Yes.
and it's just around the corner.
Yeah.
Why do you say that, Kent?
Well, I've got some tulips I can sell you.
well, one thing I can see going when this OBX8 hits, there's going to be a plethora of old OBs up for grabs, and when the market's flooded, the price will be affected.
Yeah, it'll drop.
Yeah, and it will drop, and it probably won't recover from that. And
Wait.
as these new ones keep coming out, and they're getting better and better and better and better, like, you know, the Prophet 5, there used to be, you know, an argument between people about whether the Rev 2 was better than Rev 3. The argument is moot now. Now it's going to be the 3, you know, OBs. It's moot, you know.
And that's it. If you can buy a brand new OBX8, why would you want vintage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of happened already, but quietly with the memory Moog. With the Moog 1. You know, and I definitely get customers now saying to me, "Oh yeah, no, just get it working. No, don't bother. Don't bother the wood. Don't get it. Bother cleaning it. I'm flogging it. Just, you know, tartar up. Make sure it works. That's all. And that's all they're interested in. Nobody's spending bucks on, you know, whistles and bells and getting it all looking pretty in the garden, because they're getting it out. It's going, and it's seeing it more and more. And this kind of feels like there's, shall we say, a reset. I mean, there'll be the flagships will still be the flagships. You know, the 80s, you know, the big modulars, you know, the big Moogs and the PPGs and what have you. But there's so few and far between. It's just a separate market.
Yeah.
You know, it shouldn't even be lumped in with anything, because you're not going to see, you know, 80s, you know, up for grabs on, you know, a synth seller's page on Facebook or anything. So, although you could do, you never know. But, and then I can see this happening more and more. Behringer's going to help with this in terms of, you know.
Yeah.
They're working on, 900 different synths at the moment they're going to be bringing out.
I think it might be a few more. Actually.
Yeah, it might be more than that, actually. But, yeah, I mean, their model is definitely projecting over the next 5 years, by the looks of it. There'll probably be a glut of them will suddenly come up when the chips finally arrive. And then everybody will be wanting to buy them, you know.
Yeah.
2600s don't sell like they used to. They, you know, people still ask big money for an original 26, but they don't really flog. You know. So,
but again, yeah, if, you know, if you were in the market for an original ARP, then the Korg one does a very good is a very good facsimile.
Yeah, but I think people are getting worn with it now.
Yeah.
Because even, you know, the people who were in the market for the original, and they have an alternative, now they don't care. Now it's getting to the point where they just go, well, the Behringer one looks and sounds like a 2600. That'll do me. It's small and it's dirt cheap. Great, move on.
If it breaks, I'll just get another.
And just get
well,
another
certainly in the professional market, why would you take an original 2600 on the road when you can, you know, take out 3 or 4
exactly
Behringer 2600s and you know, almost throw them away.
Weirdly enough, an original 2600 is incredibly reliable.
Well,
it's really brilliant piece of kit. You can drag that around.
It's the value
of
it, you know, and you wouldn't want
its value. It's heavy. You know, if somebody pinches your Behringer 2600 off the stage, you go, fuck, I've got to nip down the shop and go and buy another one quickly, and then just put the cables back in where they were.
Also, transportation costs as well. You know, if you're flying, then
because if it isn't heavy, it's the size. They can get you one way or the other, don't they?
Yeah.
So, and so I can see this happening. I can see
one thing I think Behringer's created like a gateway drug for people getting into hardware to make them affordable for people. So that's making the market for the older stuff bigger down the line. Yeah, and that's why I think their prices all end up coming back if they do go down at all. You know, because people get more curious about the older stuff. You know, the same way people get into maybe production via software, then get into hardware. People get into cheap hardware, then all of a sudden get addicted and started, you know, buying the old vintage stuff.
Yeah,
keeping the prices up as a result.
I would be the first. I mean, although it'll affect me directly, I still believe that the pricing system does need a reset because,
of course,
I'm sorry, but £19,000 for a Jupiter 8 is fucking insane.
Yes.
It's just
It
insane.
is.
They're not
Yeah,
worth
it is.
it.
Nowhere near.
You know, a really, really beautiful one. If you want to kick one out for like, let's say 6, that's fine. That's fine. That's
And it's
about
it's
what
still
they're
a lot
really
of
worth.
money for a synth.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. But if we're talking about a beautiful, say one of my restored beautiful ones, I remember when they were going for 6, they were going like hotcakes for 6, and people were bringing JPA and say, "Can you do the same to my Jupiter 8? That one that's going for $6,000 looks like." And go, "Yeah, we'll do that for you." People don't bother now because they can get what, $15,000 for one that looks like it's been fucking backed over by a Land Rover. You can still get $15K for it, as long as it's working. They don't give a shit.
It would be interesting to speak to someone who'd actually paid, the $19,000 for a synth, and just ask them why.
Because they're fools.
I mean, is it nostalgia? I mean, did it have a name attached? Had
Because the money
a
is
certain
there.
player.
I guarantee
but,
you, because the money
They
is
want to be
there.
seen to be paying those prices.
Yeah,
Any of the above.
yeah. They don't want to be seen dead with a Moog one.
Any
for instance.
of those.
They want an original.
Yeah.
They go, look what I've got.
Put it in the
Yeah.
garage next to the Ferrari and
No,
the
no, no, no.
Lamborghini.
No, somebody has just bought that lamb that I was working on a couple of weeks ago. That memory Moog went for just about 19,000. He's going to use it, and he'll probably use it on the next bunch of music that he
okay.
writes and publishes. But that's such a niche market now.
Yeah.
Now, when Joe Bloggs, who's got his back bedroom with some bits and pieces in it, if he's looking at a £19,000 memory Moog to put into his studio, it is a status symbol, and he'd be much, much better off halving his budget and using that to buy a shitload of stuff to put in that room that's going to do him more use.
Yeah.
Now, I know it sounds weird that a vintage restorer stroke tech is saying, for fuck's sake, stop, don't. It is. This stuff has really become the purview of the rich and famous, because they've got the money in their back pocket to keep this shit going.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's nice to have, and all that sort of thing, but boy, you got to keep it going. I mean, it's all right for me. I can buy it. I can keep it going. So, but some poor bastard that's got, I was turned on my 80 last night and the voices are working. There's smoke pouring out the back. What do I do? I mean, just the logistics of getting the bloody thing
They go
here.
to you, Kent.
Yeah,
Yes.
but if they're in Iceland, do you know how much it costs? I mean,
No, but it won't be cheap.
And
it
you're
won't be
talking,
cheap.
flight cases, timber packing cases, the whole caboodle,
Then it's sitting in customs for Christ knows how long, and then finally getting that huge bill on it paid, then it getting here. Then I have to get it all working, get it back into the shipping crate, and he has to get it taken from here to the airport within the 6 months, so he doesn't have to
Yeah.
pay the import duty on it again, and then out. And the paper, fuck me. The paperwork. This is why I handed it over to Fiona. If there's more than a piece of A4, I start like bleeding from the eye sockets. And it's all this, you got to sign this, sign that, fill this form in, fill in that form. What's its serial number? How much does it weigh? Blah, blah, blah. What was done to it? How much money was spent on parts that went into it? Because they want to know that, even if it's within the 6 months, because they want to know how much to lump on it if it goes outside of the 6 month period. But and it doesn't matter if it's a stylophone or if it's a GX1. It doesn't make any difference. It's the same amount of fucking paperwork and weeks of like waiting for them to get off their asses and get the shipping dockets done and get the thing back. So if you've got the choice between Arturia's CS80 version 4 or Memory Moon or I forget what the other one was, but there's another one.
Well, yeah, but
instead
as
of getting
you've shown,
that, go for it.
Hydrosynth with Arturia,
Yeah,
you've got a CS80.
yeah. Well, at least close enough for what it costs. In fact, really close for what it's cost compared
And
to
in
what
fact,
it
close
actually
enough
costs.
that the majority of people would not know the difference.
Yeah, but if I put that CS80 next to the one that's in the workshop now, or even the one that's out in the shed, or the one that's in the kitchen.
It's in the loo.
And you put them next to each other, and you played them, they will all sound different from each other.
Yeah.
So, you know, when people say, "Oh, does it sound like a CS80?" Yeah, which one?
Which one? Yes.
I'm sure there's one that sounds exactly like this. You know, so it's very easy to get all tangled up into the whole, you know, how good does it sound kind of thing. So, but you know, so somebody who gets a Hydra synth for what 49 second hand's about what £500 now, and you know, a bit of software at whatever it was, I can't remember what it is. And
Some Shoebridge one.
and and you're laughing, you know, and you haven't got to lump that fucker up the stairs. So, and that's
Jim could
much-
manage it.
But there you go. See, but that's it. I mean, and all these, you know, it's particularly Behringer and other companies, they're bringing their new take on maybe old stuff. But there's also the take on, you know, it's just the old stuff coming out again. You know, just in a slightly different lipstick on.
And
There's-
well,
there's no need.
not just Behringer. You know, there's plenty of other stuff being cloned. You know, the easel.
Yeah, I wouldn't single Behringer out. No. I mean, because literally what Dave Smith has done with the Prophet Vibes is literally the same thing, except they actually own the stuff
Yes.
that they're should we say copying. They're cloning their own product line. So
I made it in the 70s, so I can make it now.
yeah,
What's
but
to
we'll make
stop
it more reliable, you know, and all the rest of it. And now, you know, with this OBX8, you know, you get all three OBXs, all three OBs in a single case that you can stick under your arm with velocity.
Yep.
And all the rest of the jazz that the old ones didn't even have. So why would you? Why would you struggle trying to maintain an OBX when that thing's available? So that's when I think it will be the OBX that will probably trigger it off, because if somebody tries to put up an OBX for what, 10k, about $13,000-14,000,
Yeah.
but you can buy that for $5.
Or even better, buy two of them.
Suddenly you're going to have an issue selling your OBX, aren't you?
Exactly, Sassy.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's coming. I think it's coming. So,
What I'm waiting for is when is all this when are all these synths going to start feeding through into some really, really, really good music?
well, it might never do.
Or am I just not finding that really, really, really good
You're
music?
just not finding this, Sasquatch. It's
I'm sure
definitely
there's stuff
happening.
out there.
Yeah. Still amazing people, or people doing amazing things with software since.
Yeah.
You know, it's put it in the right hands.
Well, it's like I was saying earlier, but weirdly I hadn't actually made the bloody channel live, and everybody was just looking at a blank screen. I didn't know. I was apparently talking to people, but I wasn't. I was talking to me bleeding self, and I was going on about how I listened to Andy and Grace's hardware jam.
Yeah.
And fucking brilliant that was.
I almost started singing Golden Brown though when it started.
It did have that vibe, but then it had quite a few different vibes in it. Actually,
Yeah, it then wandered off. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really sweet. It's sort of like, yeah, it's going on. It is out there. Just got it won't come to you. You've got to go looking.
Yeah. And that's a whole different wormhole.
Yeah. Just do some research. The thing is, it's ridiculous because it's so easy to do it now. You know, you get your iPad or your phone, just enter in a little search, synthesizer music, and then it's suddenly there's a shitload there that you can go through and find what you like. As opposed to going to a record shop, you know.
One sort of worrying thing I'm seeing. So the music I'm into would be underground house and techno, I suppose you would call it. But I know a lot of the guys are struggling to make ends meet. So if they were full-time musicians, DJs, performers, post-COVID, those guys aren't getting gigs now because they're not headline acts.
Yeah.
So a lot of them have had to go back to 9 to 5 jobs, and music's just been forgotten about. Their production's just almost ceased overnight. And
Yeah.
sadly, we're not seeing any output from those guys anymore. And that whole scene is going to suffer in the next year or two, if not a lot longer. This is kind of depressing. But it's also an opportunity for other ones that maybe can afford to break through, take a risk and maybe quit their day job and go full time at music. So, kind of works both ways.
Yeah, which is another reason, because there's less money about. Musicians aren't making anywhere near the money they used to make anyway, even if they're doing the same amount of music that they're doing now.
Yeah.
So again, to go over, mention the same point again, I know, but that's why this analog stuff, it's like it's not the market anymore.
No.
And I can't believe I'm saying this, but thank God that Behringer are doing the stuff that they're doing because of it. You know?
It ultimately helps everybody. Whether you agree with the ethics or whatever, it's ultimately helping everybody. It's the same that people have, for some reason, an attitude towards software, synths, what have you. Eventually those people will get into hardware, maybe Eurorack or whatever. Some of them. So you have to have those people get into it in the first place.
Also, I think they are actually stimulating the market. I mean, Roland, the new Roland bits that have come out.
Yes, indeed, Sassy.
It's
a very good point.
They're definitely doing that in... They've woken up to the fact that there is obviously a market for, little synths. And they don't want to miss out, therefore they're pulling their thumbs out, which I think has to be a good thing. The market reacting to a challenger, that's got to be good.
Yeah,
definitely.
Mark Brassey's just made an interesting point about, CS80s and all. They're a bit like, Stradivarius violins. Ultimately, it will become like that. The sought after pure instrument which gives you precisely what you need.
Yeah.
I mean, you put a Stradivarius next to a violin that costs 150 quid, and most people won't be able to spot the difference looking at it, or even necessarily, one person picks it up and plays it, the next person picks it up and plays it. It'll just sound like a violin being played badly. It's what happens when it's in the hands of a capable, an accomplished player, or technician, even if you want to be technical about it. So, I thought that was an interesting point.
Say that. Did you see that? See that the other day? That there was that
the violinist in the tube station.
Violinist.
Yes.
Yeah, and playing a how much was the violin worth?
$3.5 million violin.
Yeah. And literally no one paid any attention.
No.
And then 2 days later, he's at a sellout concert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, exactly.
Perception is everything.
Exactly. Yeah. Context. And...
If you're doing that in the tube station at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday morning, those people that are going past you have got one thought, and that is to get out of that bloody tube station as quick as they can and out in the fresh air and get to work. That's all they're thinking about. They're not thinking, what the dulcet tones of Vivaldi played on a period instrument. They're just not going to do that, are they? In a concert hall, it might be very different. So, it's perception, Sass. You're dead right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
When,
I can hear the dawn chorus somewhere. Where's that happening?
Nice.
Kind of related to that point Sasquatch made about the Rolands, the small ones. There's probably going to be a legacy with what Ableton have been doing with schools around the world. So basically giving Ableton Live to schools for free.
Yeah.
And that's been going on maybe 6, 7 years, if not more.
Yeah.
You know, there's definite legacy to come from that. You know, getting kids hooked early, making production and recording fun. Certain element of those kids are definitely going to keep it on and get fully stuck in as they grow up. That's going to be interesting. It's probably happening already.
Yeah.
Bound to be.
Actually, do you get educational discounts, Andy? Because you've got a .sch.uk email address or whatever, haven't you?
I have never ever used it for that.
You
I've
could,
never
you
even
could get
I've never
cheaper
even
Apple
thought about
stuff, like way cheaper.
You
I
can
have
get some
never-
really good discounts.
I've never thought about it. Right, when I'm in the market for an Apple computer, if that ever happens, and it might, but it's certainly not imminent, I've never thought about it. On the other hand, this computer in front of me was indeed bought through the IT department at school.
Yeah.
So probably got a bit of a nudge off, but that was, it's all legit. There's nothing
Oh no.
underhand about that. But it was, I've never used being a teacher to try and get money off tech gear. I've never even thought about it because this, occasionally the worlds overlap. Like when I did that seminar for the sixth form students. But by and large, my work as a teacher is very different to what I do with this. I mean, I'm a languages teacher, so I'll get 10% off a Collins dictionary. Brilliant, But I've never thought about it. Maybe I should. And
yeah, certainly if you're going for software, I mean, I think it's Robert Native VS says Cubase educational discounts very good. I know Ableton do an educational discount. I think Steinberg do educational discounts.
So if you actually prove that you work within an educational establishment,
well,
it's not. It won't be an educational establishment buying it. It'll just be me.
Yeah.
But
generally,
you've
it
got
just gets
your
validated
email.
by your email address.
Yeah.
Being an educational email address, which you can only.
Then
get
I would
if
have
you're
to
in
use my
education.
school email address for purchasing something for private use. And
Yes.
that makes me uncomfortable.
No.
That's what everyone else
completely
does.
legitimate. It's completely
Yeah.
legit, Andy. Honestly,
Because students can do it and then leave.
Yeah.
All right. Oh well.
Take advantage.
Maybe I should, Ben. Yeah, you're dead right.
Definitely.
I've
Yeah.
never even thought about it. It never crossed my mind. Because I don't see though. My brain operates in sort of like spheres of influence. Is that what they are? This bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes they overlap, like Venn diagrams. Sometimes they don't. So I never think of this in the same sort of context. So,
Well, you
all
teach,
right, well,
and you're a musician. There you are. That's good enough.
thanks, Mr. Accountant. I will. Well, you've made me think about it. You've made me think about something I'd never thought about before. I am in education, therefore. There aren't many perks in education, so maybe I should try and screw some out of the system.
There really are.
Absolutely.
There are none, are there?
No.
Summer holidays count. That's about the only one.
Yeah, but you say that. I mean, one of my next door neighbours here was a teacher, and he used to go, "Oh, hey, all right, you got your 6 weeks summer holiday." Go, "Yeah, you wish." There's things to do, school related during
Of course,
those holidays.
Oh,
Yeah, of course there is. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
About 4 weeks.
no. It isn't like that. No, I mean,
My ex is a teacher.
I know there'll be
had
days when I
lots of
go
experience
in.
of
I'll go in for results day and this, that, and the other. And that's a joyous thing. I love results.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening,
Flying
Ian.
visit.
head of
Good evening.
department or doing timetabling or it's a nightmare.
That should all be sorted. If they're still doing that in the summer holidays, they haven't been doing their job right. They should have been done before the end of term.
Yeah.
Full stop. Don't hassle me in the middle of the holidays saying, "Would you like to teach 7?" No, don't ask me that. No, you should have sorted that out beforehand.
Right, Andy.
Hello, Ian. How are you?
Just sorry to interrupt, but I just was listening while I was busy working out the string parts for "I Will Survive."
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
And why not?
Yeah, well, it's this corporate gig thing I'm going to be doing in a few months.
Get your pink feather boa on, Ian.
I'll leave that to the girl.
Bollocks! You should be wearing it.
Yeah.
You can have educational discounts because when I was at the university, you don't get much off an Apple computer, but you get an extra 5% for an educational discount, and they have a legitimate educational section because you've got an AC account, and it's nothing to do with the fact that
it's SCH.
Yeah, it was the same as what ours was. I mean, my version of I used to have a version of Ableton, which was educational. I don't anymore, but certainly my Max MSP is still an educational version. So you're quite within your rights, even though it might be for personal use.
Yeah, and the Apple discounts used to be a lot.
There used to be a lot more. Yeah.
So I've had
as always in my life, I've missed the boat.
AC accounts, and
it's still worth
it's
knowing.
More like
and
20%, 25%.
The other thing is, I don't know whether it's the same for you're in secondary education, aren't you, or is it primary, secondary?
Well, both actually.
Well, in universities, we got free books from publishers.
Yeah.
By just literally going on their websites, telling them who you are, and they would ask for a review of it once you and whether you were going to use it in class with your students. But we were doing that a lot. Granted, it's 7-8 years ago, but I'm assuming it's still just the same now.
It's in the interest of the author as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, there was two ways of doing it. One was to actually do a book review, which I did a few of those, and then there was the other type. I mean, just before I left, I bought a lot of music books. I didn't buy them. I got gifted a load of music books.
Yeah.
Now I was working in a health department of the university, so it was a bit tenuous. But although I did do all of the. I got all of the audio projects and all the music projects and all that sort of thing to work on. But it was slightly tenuous, Yeah, and well, it's like I say, it's years ago now. So if they want to come after me for it, that's fine.
Well, right, guys, I'm going to duck out. I might
be back
Jim.
in a bit.
See you later, Jim.
I'll be in bed, Jim. So nice to see you. Catch up with you soon.
Night, Andy.
See you then.
Take care.
I just never thought about it. That's all. It's not a case of, there's no sort of moral high ground or anything like that. I mean, I do wonder about, how legit would it be? But like you just said, Ian, it's perfectly okay.
It is.
The thought had never even crossed my mind to do so. So,
and I don't. Sorry, go on. Go on, Sash.
I was going to say that they do it so they can get students and teachers using their products and learning them before they go out into the real world, because the best recommendation is always a personal recommendation.
Exactly.
And if someone, if a kid learning the music business starts off using Ableton or whatever, then they're more likely to want to continue using it. Same with computers. I mean, this is why Apple did all the educational computers in the States. It was a massive thing, and here in the UK to a lesser extent, the BBC Micro lasts in the memories of everyone of a certain age.
Yeah.
And we hark back to that as I remember the BBC Model B, blah blah blah. So it's the same with software. If you get kids understanding how to use software, chances are they're going to stick with it, or a large percentage of them are going to stick with it probably for life.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean,
then they screw them on the £1,000 upgrade.
Yeah. I mean, what used to happen a lot of the times with us was that they'd send you the book for recommendation. You tell them if you're going to put it into your course or not, and if you didn't want it, if it wasn't appropriate for the course, you just tell them that. But what we always used to try and do was try and get the library to put at least one copy in, even though it wasn't a book that we were going to necessarily use or I was going to use. There may be somewhere else in the institution that would actually use it.
Yeah.
Your library may be a bit smaller than the university library, though, Andy.
Yeah, and also I'm not sure Goethe needs the royalties.
Yeah.
Well, no, really. I think you find Goethe's public domain these days. Anybody can use Goethe now. And Schiller, and Lessing, and all the others.
Anyway,
But
this
not-
isn't
but
Thursday.
Not Gunter Grass and not Durham Land.
No, it's
What's
not,
happened?
is it?
What's happened? This isn't Thursday.
Bored.
Oh, right, that's all
evening,
right.
evening, Robert.
Pub's open.
How
Pub's
how
open,
was
why wouldn't you?
how was Switzerland?
I'm still in Switzerland. It
You're
still
still there?
exists.
You're not at the World Economic Forum by any chance, are you?
No, I'm just at my mother's place for a moment.
Oh, right. Oh, good to see you.
Robert,
Yeah,
are you
been a while.
Swiss?
No,
Bist du Schweizer? Nein, deine Mutter wohnt eigentlich in der Schweiz.
ne-
Okay.
never. If it is possible to migrate, if work
Ja, klar.
dictates that.
Ja, klar. Es ist mir gerade eingefallen. Ich habe mich ganz einfach gefragt. Nee, ist das Schweizer? Ah, okay. Nee. Sorry,
Actually,
just wondering.
I'm actually not too far away from where Vagu lives. Hilariously.
You haven't met up yet?
I've sort of should have, really. But, I mean, weather was terrible over the past weekend. It was like disastrous thunderstorm here, and even
little
worse.
bit of rain.
I think you can ask Vagu about it, but in Lucerne it was even worse than here in Interlaken. It was really pissing it down.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think Wag said that it was there was a pretty good storm. But while you're there, you really should meet up.
But I'm already leaving again on Thursday. Might even be back on Thursday night. On the show. At home, it's going to be great.
Yeah. There we go.
Did you fly or drive or train?
Get wet.
Just fly easy enough. Or actually flew to Stuttgart because I went to my sister's place, went to Uncle's 60th birthday and all that fun and jazz, and then 7-hour trip from there back down here, which was highly exciting.
I love Stuttgart. Stuttgart was one of my favourite cities in Germany. Really?
Really? It's terrible.
Why? I loved it. I thought it was gorgeous. What's terrible about Stuttgart?
I mean, it's just like it's a small place that tries to be a big city, and it's as disgusting as a big city. It's like, how do you manage to be more disgusting than London? I didn't think that was possible apart from being Paris.
Some doing.
The German car industry, that's all it takes. And like, what else is there? Bosch.
All right. Well, my experience is obviously a very different one than yours because the school I worked at in Barnsley, I mean, get this, Barnsley is twinned with Schwäbisch Gmünd, which is
That's a lovely place.
Which is delightful. Yeah, which is really delightful. So not like Barnsley, but I suppose that's what makes the twinning interesting.
Barnsley's lovely.
So we Barnsley is lovely.
Not
So
as
is
nice as
Schwäbisch
Hepburn
Gmünd.
Bridge.
We've got to say that.
But we often, I mean, because it's only half an hour from Stuttgart, we'd go into Stuttgart, and I always loved it. I thought it felt great. I really enjoyed my visits and my time that I spent in Stuttgart. So I never lived there. I didn't spend huge amounts of time there. I never experienced the nightlife there. It was just based on visits that I had, and I thought, what a lovely place this is. But you obviously have very different experiences.
I mean, no, I've never lived there. I've only come in to visit my brother and sister who both live there, but it's not really the place I liked. Of all the time I've been there, it's not the place I've enjoyed. Like, I'm actually from Kassel, slightly further north.
Okay, yeah.
That's its own interesting place. It was basically, for anybody who doesn't know, it was sort of the equivalent of Birmingham, Wolverhampton, in terms of industrial importance. So, obviously, after the Second World War, it looked about as lovely.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you like 50s architecture, it's great. It actually has proper modernist 50s architecture, and theatre by Harald Bode, not the Harald Bode, the architect. But a modern art exhibition every 5 years. Again, if you like those sorts of things.
Don't know it. I've never been to Castle.
Yeah, but Brothers Grimm are from above the area. So you always have tons of Japanese tourists. It's great.
And what's wrong with London anyway? I mean,
where do you start?
Oh, hang on. I actually quite like London, but there again, to be fair, I don't live there. I only go and visit.
That's exactly my point. I love visiting, and I love leaving.
Yeah. My two boys live in London. They love it.
I quite like living in London. I don't want to have to deal with the central part. I like living around it, and I like not having to cross it to get to work. But when I have to cross it to get to work, it's at drama school I used to come in at 8:30 or more 8:20 to avoid the morning rush, and I left normally after 7:30 to make sure every theatre in the West End open, because I had to cross the entire West End to get home.
Yeah, I mean, my boys are in their early 30s, so I think it's a young person's city.
Yes.
So if you want to live there, I mean, they both love living there at the moment. That might change in the next 10 years. You know.
Yeah. Are they married and do they have kids?
No, they're not. No,
Right.
I mean, the youngest is getting married, probably a couple of years. He's just trying to buy a house in Stratford, I think.
I mean, how do you?
Well, yeah. Luckily, he's
in a good job.
Well, he's in a good job, but actually, they've sort of looked at an awful lot of houses, and most of them were out of their price bracket. But this lady is selling this house, and it had to be somebody first-time buyers, which him and Aideen are. It had to be a non-Tory, and there was a couple of other stipulations.
Sake!
Oh, fantastic! I like that lady.
Mean, she just sounds wonderful.
And they have to have 4 cats.
Well, actually, Aideen's a dog person, so it's going to be at least
They
one
have to
dog,
have
I think.
4 dogs. Kent, you can buy it.
Yeah, because the building estate they're doing out the back here, where they're building on an old one of the old school playing fields.
They'll only sell it to you if you are a Tory.
Yeah, well, they got these little box houses.
Priorities correct there, then.
And they've managed to squeeze
Bog off, Sass.
about 120 of these houses. They've managed to squeeze in.
And how much they're selling them for?
Millions.
They put some three-story flats down by the river, which is the floodplain.
Yeah.
All right.
Get your wellies.
And you can
3,000 quid a pair.
Well,
don't buy ground floor one.
You can see the size of the flats from the bedroom window, right? And they are not big by any stretch of the imagination, right? So they're one-bedroom flats, and they have been designated the affordable housing, right? Yeah. And they're $375 each. That's the flats.
Wow.
And the houses. One of these houses, I think we could probably fit inside this house.
Yeah. And you're not in a mansion, are you? I mean,
no. This is 19 feet by about 22, and then there's the garden. And these don't even have gardens, and they're all built right in front of each other and next to each other. It's ridiculous. And I think it's about 40 grand short of $500,000.
Oh, no.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah. Well, Andy, you've been here, haven't you?
Yes.
This is now valued at 580,000.
Look at you.
I think it's undervalued.
And you, mate, you put 3 CS80s in here, and everybody's like standing.
That's
on
$1 million
furniture.
quid.
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
I mean, you've. No, Ken.
How the kids going to buy places? You know what I mean?
And that's such a problem.
Yeah. But they say, so we're going to build estates, because people need houses, and then they put them up for sale, and still nobody can afford to buy.
Are people going to move to places where property isn't actually stupid, like South Yorkshire, where you can still buy a terraced house for about 70,000 quid?
Mm.
It depends on the jobs, ultimately.
Yeah. Well, yes, it does, but the thing is, all around this area of South Yorkshire, there's all sorts of development and things going on. Like I mean, you've heard of. Maybe you haven't, but Grimethorpe, as in the brass band.
Colliery Band.
The Colliery Band. Right, well, Grimethorpe was a place that was virtually wiped out. It's pulled itself up. They've developed a new bypass. There are all sorts of bits of business and industry and all things going along this valley. It's really developing, but you can still buy a 3-bedroomed terraced house in that part of, well, it's Barnsley, moving into Wakefield, for about £70,000 to £100,000. Which you go, well, okay, that's reasonable, that's affordable. If you're earning, £30,000 a year, you can afford the mortgage on something like that, and it's possible and doable. Okay, Grimethorpe's not, the Cotswolds. It really isn't, but it's somewhere to live. It's somewhere to work. It's well connected, easy access to big cities.
Yeah.
The main infrastructures of the M1, the M62, all within easy reach. And you think, why is everybody squeezing themselves into that arsehole of the southeast of England?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got
and
to
it's
start.
so much more civilised.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, people talk to each other on the streets. Yeah,
is it?
Yes,
it
is.
See, well, you mean the north is more civilised?
The north is so much more civilised.
Yeah. Sorry, Sassy, I got the inflection wrong there. Right? I'm sorry.
People talking to each other. I see it as a negative. People trying to talk to me.
How much is the community charge up there, Andy, a year?
My community charge is just under £1,000 a year.
Ah, no.
I have no idea what mine is.
But I'm a single occupant in a low band, because it's just a 2-bedroom flat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, is that high, low? I've no idea. I'd have thought it was reasonably affordable.
That's pretty reasonable. Yeah.
I'm going to go ask Jane. Hang on a minute.
I'm paying I'm paying about £2,000.
That's a lot. I mean, what, £200 a month for community charge? That's a lot of money, isn't it?
Well, we've got a Labour council, so it goes hand in hand, I suppose.
Sassy, I'm going to throw swastikas at you in a bit.
Yeah, you might as well, because I'm under.
It suits you then.
I'm under a Tory council, right? I'm under a Tory council, and it's £3,000.
You're in leafy Surrey, though, Kent.
It's not fucking leafy. They cut all the trees down to build fucking houses.
You could come to Sheffield. That's fucking leafy. It's built in a forest.
I always laugh when people say, "Oh, you live in leafy Surrey."
No, we do it just to wind you up,
Kent. We've got posters with pictures of leaves on it everywhere because there's no
Excuse me,
fucking
Kent, you
trees.
live in London. No, Kent, you live in London. You don't live in Surrey.
Yeah. Well, London has now slowly swallowed.
Yeah, he's been sucked into London.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't go down there. You get sucked up
Some
on the way
people
to London.
start to call it Central London almost. It's like Croydon is Central London. It's like, really?
What?
Yeah.
What?
The thing is, you can understand why they say that, because it looks like it's part of London.
Yeah.
So
There's no gap between central London and Surrey.
It's just one concrete block going all the way up to the river. It's just like
it's Metro land, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's just all become one big grey paste, just smeared across the countryside. But once you go about 4 miles that way, you get to all the areas where all the guys in the city live and our local MPs and all that sort of thing, and it's fucking idyllic. You know what? Because they're all wearing top hats and they say, all that fucking over. Literally 4 miles up the road. And guess what? The building planning never gets that far.
Yeah.
They just try and find there's a bit of grass, build on it.
There's a lot of building around our way. Jane says that our community tax or local tax is $1,700 a year.
Yeah.
Well, that's a so-called 3-bedroomed house.
Yeah. Well, this is like I say, this
but
is
it's 2-bedroom with a very tiny box room.
This is 2-bedroom with a tiny box room, and it's $3,000. But it's a Tory council. So.
Yeah. Actually, I was
Thieving
Tory.
bastards.
Yeah. This is a Tory stronghold.
Yeah.
That's why I got my Corbyn t-shirt.
We got Chris Grayling. is our MP, right? Because it's a safe seat. So he goes, he's fucking useless. Let's put him in a safe seat, right? And he's about as much use as a fish on a fucking bicycle. He really is. He's a complete fucking.
That's a great symbol. I've not heard that one.
Mate, he's
fish on a bicycle.
He's like a Tampax in a cock factory.
We've got
no fucking good at all.
Or a frozen prawn in a CS80.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And he's about as stinky. He really is. He's just oh god, he's a haunted pencil. He's just fucking bollocks. He really is.
We've got a guy called Sir Greg Knight, who not the last name, not Sir Greg Knight. Yeah, round here he's called Silent Night because he literally does nothing.
Yeah.
But he was the one. Remember when there was the MP with who did it was not the last election, it was the one before, and he did this little promo thing which went viral.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was him.
Yeah.
You know, he was Mr. Wooden.
Let me.
You have my condolences.
Yeah, he's a complete.
Fuck's sake. Do you know what?
I'll tell you a little thing about MPs.
You can't change the titles of these videos, can you? Because I want to change this now to the LBC phone-in. Yes, caller. And how much of a cunt is your MP?
Let me tell you a little bit about MPs, because I've known a few in my time. Your local councillors actually have more power over your local area than your MP does. So if things are going wrong in your area, don't blame your MP, blame your local council and your local councillors, because they're the ones who make the decisions about fucking up the roads and cutting trees down, and they make pretty much all the planning decisions unless a planning application has been appealed. Then that will go to the planning inspectorate. All the MPs can do is write to the local council and request that they do something, but they can't force your local authority to do anything. But your local MP obviously is responsible for voting on legislation that goes through.
Yeah, well, he always goes with whatever he's told to do.
Yeah. It's very different.
Our local authority, SAS, right, is a residents' association, and has been since dinosaurs roamed the earth, right? But the residents' association is made up from all the people who live 4 miles up the road in the idyllic part of leafy Surrey, and that's why we're all here getting fucked over.
Well,
and do you know what?
People vote for the councillors.
No, yeah, but that's the thing. Most of the voting is done in the leafy part. That's where most of the votes come in from, right? Because people over this side of Surrey are too busy trying to, keep their kids out of fucking food banks to be worried about fucking voting. Do you know what I mean? And our council. I mean,
they're
Jesus.
the very people who should be voting.
They're the ones who should be voting. Yes.
Yeah. But they're
really
not, and a lot of it has come through apathy and just being downtrodden all the time. But in a council that turns off your street lights,
yes, it should be
11:30, and then puts your council tax up by 250 quid, needs fucking shooting in the head.
You anticipated my question, Sass, there, didn't you?
Yes, no, I've experienced the Australian system, and whilst Australian politics is interesting, to say the least.
It's just interesting.
Well,
yes.
Person,
I do think that as voting rights were hard fought for and won, everyone should exercise the vote. And actually, I would say that we should insist that everyone exercises their vote, even if they choose to spoil their ballot.
Yeah. If they want to abstain,
because if you want to participate in society, voting is the most important element of that.
There's no point whinging about things if you haven't actually voted. That's my view. Yeah, if you've not voted, you've not you're a participant in it. You haven't.
You're part of the problem.
Yeah, you've actually got to have your say. Even if it's just, I've no idea who these people are. I'll vote for that because my grandma always did. Which is what will happen in many instances.
Well, but so what?
No, I'm with
as
you,
long as people vote, great.
Yeah,
go for it. And I think that
I think if you're over 18 and you have a vote, you should exercise it in each election. Full stop. It should be compulsory.
Yeah. Democracy is the last vestige of humanity.
Is that democracy though? When you're forcing people?
Yes.
I mean, if abstention is an option, then
yes, if you've got the right to abstain, you You can return your ballot paper blank or defaced. Yes, you can.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's always about choice, isn't it? So you still got
Asio
the
Head
choice.
says it's compulsory in Belgium. I
Belgium.
didn't know that, Asio Head.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah, I think that's right. I think it should be, because it's been hard fought for, and it's been, people have died to maintain it.
Yeah.
So let us.
People can be disillusioned very easily.
It won't happen in Britain because we're all too
Wet.
Yes, thank you. That's a good word.
It's the same reason why.
No British government would want to have compulsory voting.
Well, I mean,
because it would upset the whole balance.
It pisses me off that we still, in this day and age, can't have a reasonable, rational discussion about drug legalization. I know it's a contentious topic, but why can't we have the conversation? Why can't we have a national conversation about it?
Yeah.
Let's drop the Victorian morality. Let's drop the Quaker approach to this, and let's have a cold, hard look at it, because I believe that a lot of societal issues could be resolved by legalizing drugs. And don't forget, I'm a conservative.
No.
No, but we need to have these sort of conversations.
We do. Actually, you're right.
Go get him.
Yeah.
Yes, well, how do you have the same conversation with the Daily Whale and the Sun?
Well, yeah. But it's not just the papers. It's actually getting the politicians. And when you think that, I would hazard a guess that there's probably quite a few politicians who at one time or another have or are taking drugs.
Well, I mean, Westminster only functions on cocaine and red wine.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've ever been in there, it just smells of cocaine and red wine.
Unless you Keith Vaz, of course.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, legalising drugs is probably a good idea. I don't take drugs, apart from obvious ones, and coffee. But, yeah, I can see the benefit in it, because there's far too many people being banged up. There's far too many gangs, underground gangs, and all getting...
There's too much money in illegal drugs.
A lot of tax income. It's a lot of tax income you can make.
Yeah, it's a lot of tax income as well. But there's also this thing, but nobody seems to learn from history anymore. When America decided to do prohibition, look what the fuck happened.
Yeah.
You go, banning things from people probably isn't a good idea. So, yeah, why can't they legalise drugs?
But, well, I mean, I personally, I would vote for that. But actually, I would just like our politicians to stop having this stupid Victorian blinkered attitude towards drugs. People will always have taken drugs. Legislation doesn't stop that. And we can see that legislation has almost zero effect on it, apart from locking people up and effectively destroying lives for what? Smoking a bit of blow. Yeah. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
I mean, you can be a functional heroin addict. When people think of heroin junkies, they think train spotting or such like. And yes, obviously there are some people like that. But there are also people who are working in a professional capacity who are heroin addicts. And I think it would be better if we know who these people are and we can provide whatever assistance they may need to either come off drugs or maybe move on to a different drug or whatever.
But there's the crux. And this is where the argument always falls apart. Because then you get people go, oh yes, and how are you paying for this? Oh, am I paying for this?
Through taxation.
Yeah, exactly.
On the drugs.
And that's where every time the discussion is brought up, that's where it falls apart. Every single time.
Yeah.
That's where it turns into a big bun fight. Because, when they say about...
But it costs us more. It costs more to treat the side effects of illegal drugs than it would do to treat the side effects of legal drugs. Because if the drugs were legal, we know what's in them, we know what the doses are. Yeah. People aren't lacing weed with psychedelics
Yeah, you have regulation.
But that part of the argument will always be lost on people who don't who see it as another tax.
I mean, how dare you show your ankle?
Well, yeah, yeah. But I mean, you see, something else they should bring into
I've
law.
got a lovely
right?
ankle.
If you're an MP, and all the way up to Prime Minister, 3 fuck-ups and you're out. Okay, because if you can do 3 huge fuck-ups, whether it's lying or whatever it is, after the 3rd time, you're just not the guy for the job. Fuck off.
But he's still there, isn't he?
Yeah. Now,
and actually,
if any one of us fucked up
I've lost
our jobs
count,
3 times,
I know.
Lost count.
Yeah. If any one of us fucked up big time at our jobs, we get voted out.
Yeah.
Well, if it's good enough for us, it's fucking good enough for them.
Yeah.
You're talking about the legalized drug taxes and stuff. The cannabis dispensaries around here charge a lot in taxes, but people are happy to pay it.
Yeah. Well, you see, the thing is, go,
has crime gone up because of it?
No, people are
Exactly.
happy. In fact, I saw old people and they're getting like CBD creams and various other things for because the pain relief either they can't afford the real prescription stuff or it just doesn't really work very well. The side effects suck.
Yeah.
And so it's opening a whole world to people that didn't have it before. Don't want to go to illicit places and it's a huge industry. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's, let's say, because they, make drugs like heroin illegal, and say, but you still do get people who are falling by the wayside. Become drug addicts and then living on the street and have to turn to crime and Christ knows what else, everything like that. If, like you say, if it is legalised,
you can manage
health
issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the long terms. But
guys,
it seems very cut and dry.
Okay.
Okay.
Cheers, Ben.
Good to see you, Ben.
Lovely
Pass
seeing
my
you.
bedtime.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Take
Enjoy
it
the
easy.
chat.
Take care, bud.
Cheers.
All right,
In fact,
see
I'm
you.
going to go as well, guys. I'll see you on Thursday, but I'll be late because I'm working. I'm doing a show till about, 10 o'clock, something like that. So I'll be on late.
Well, good luck. Hope it goes well.
I'm
Okay,
sure
guys.
it's a comedian
Good
thing.
night.
So. See you later, Ben. Cheers.
All right.
So,
All good
Take care,
fun.
man.
Cheers, Ian.
Cheers, guys.
see you later, guys. Bye-bye.
Dada. Yeah, so,
What's
a lot of
Robbie
things.
watching, by the way? Because that's what he's gone and done, and he's going to watch the telly.
Probably something.
He's probably watching what Ty suggested.
He's playing PS5.
Or he's talking Ty through setting up his PS5.
Oh, God, the PS5 talks you through that. Have that woman come on and start telling you everything to do.
Right. Well, I haven't got one of those. I don't really know what they are. But
You're probably better off.
Probably.
Yeah.
You keep muting yourself, Robert.
Probably for the better.
Oh, dear me.
Sorry, I only caught about a second of that.
It's probably for the better.
Oh.
Oh dear. But no, I just think there are a lot of questions that I'm disappointed that our politicians are just too scared or reluctant to discuss.
Yeah.
And to me, I've dabbled a bit in politics, and I know quite a few politicians, and they are frightened of the way that the media would approach the issue.
Yeah. But penultimately, it's about whether they're going to lose votes.
Yeah. And naturally, there are many people in society who are dead against it, but I would. There were lots of people who were against having a independence vote in Scotland. There were a lot of people against having a vote on membership of the EU. But I think that unless we have the conversations and, if necessary, put some things to referendums that will make other people feel uncomfortable, we will never resolve some of these issues that are obviously causing a major damage to certain sectors of society.
Yeah.
And people in the chat are talking about puritanical stuff. In this country, it's just ridiculous. You can't be a president if you're not married or if you're divorced. You have to be religious, even though we have separation of church and state, which we don't really have.
Just the sort of person you don't want in charge, isn't it, really?
Yes, exactly.
It's not true, Andy, that the president has to be married.
It's the nuclear
the
family image. You have to be married.
Yeah.
If you have a kid, even better.
It's not enshrined in the Constitution somewhere.
No, it's perception.
It's the religious right to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
And
You're not proper unless you've done these certain things. And it's like, plenty of those guys are deviants. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't even enter into the equation, does it?
That's me fucked then, isn't it? I'm not going to be president of the United States. Never mind, eh?
Yeah, there's that photograph of me with a sheep and a nightie, and I'm done.
But
that's the thing. You
That means you can become prime minister at least.
You have to be married heterosexual. You can't be gay married, even though it's allowed in some states here. It's ridiculous. There's hypocrisy everywhere.
But it again, it's one of those questions that, I mean, perhaps slightly different in the States because of the federal state system. Over here, I think for the vast majority of people, no one cares if someone is gay. It's that issue, I think, died a long time ago. For the vast majority
That's what they say,
of people.
but that's not true, unfortunately. So,
But we don't have that. I don't know whether it's a good or a bad thing, but we have lost that religious aspect of morality in the UK. And whilst I'm not saying that people are inherently immoral, and I, for one, am not a great fan of any dogmatic institution, there was something about the commonality of the belief in a similar moral framework that makes a difference.
Yeah.
And I think we've lost that here.
Yeah.
Well, you're right, we have. And on that note of moral rectitude, I shall go to bed because I've got a stupid day tomorrow. So I will say, what an interesting chat. We've gone through all sorts of things again. I love this pub, Kent. It's great.
Yeah, it's weird.
When are you going to get the sign repainted? It's just
well, I'm not making.
He needs to recover the seats first.
I'm not making any more signs because
nice velour.
Let's just say one of the regulars keeps stealing it, pissed out of their head when they leave at night. I don't know who it is.
It's
Robbie.
No.
Robbie
and
keeps nicking it.
Robbie keeps nicking the sign, does he?
Yeah, and somebody keeps having sex with the cars in the car park.
That's Ty.
Did you see that documentary about people are sexually attracted to cars?
Yes, I don't want to watch it again. It was just silly. It was the daftest thing ever.
I know. It was like,
well, there's a woman who wanted to marry a bridge and a wall, and it's all kinds of.
Well, married the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah,
that's a great thing of somebody being very much in love with a dolphin.
What?
Well, that's fine, but you can't marry that. No, I'm sorry. Right, not no. Before my brain gets, before you completely.
What?
Good night, everybody. I love you loads. You're
Good
all
night,
just
Andy.
such gorgeous people.
Love you too. See you soon.
And we'll see you on Thursday.
The Thursday.
Yes.
We'll see you on Thursday when the Spong Arms flings open its doors once again. Right.
Yeah, and they fall
Take
off
care.
onto the pavement.
Take care, dude.
Fall up on the pavement. Draw.
See you later, buds.
Bye.
So when are we doing this in person? Is Rich around over the weekend? Or the next weekend when he's playing?
No idea. I'm not quite sure.
Because I'm assuming with Nile Rodgers, it's Nile Rodgers and Keith that's playing of the Jubilee stuff next weekend.
Quite possibly, yes. But I don't know whether.
Yeah, that reminds me. I have to get Duran Duran tickets because he's coming to the Bay Area. So
yeah, I'm not sure whether Richard's going to the Jubilee one though. I'm wondering if it might be just Nile, but that might have been the other thing. The other Jubilee thing that was on.
I don't know. I don't know how Rich does it. I looked at the concert schedule for Chic.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal, isn't it?
Fucking hell! I mean, that's some serious mileage.
Yeah, it's going to be a brutal tour.
Sex, drugs, and rock and roll, right?
Well, the rock and roll's in there somewhere.
Yeah. I think they've they've been there and done that with the other stuff. But it looks like a really grueling schedule, and people always look at musicians or bands touring, and they think, it must be fantastic, blah blah blah.
What a shit life.
Yeah, I think Rich at the end of it will be saying, I need 3 months off, just in one place, not moving.
Yeah.
But like, I can't imagine the people who do that gruesome touring schedule then need to produce albums and have a constant interviews on the mornings during the touring schedule as well.
I think just promoting an album or something must be absolute hell. I mean, I think back to the the 80s and such like, and you'd have bands having to go on kids' TV programs, and then do late night, or do Jules Holland or Old Grey Whistle Test or whatever, and it must be really quite painful having to answer the sort of banal questions that the music press always used to put to them. I think the Sex Pistols probably had the right approach.
Robert in the house. Robbie Rob.
Sorry, I disappeared because I forgot Silent Witness was on.
Oh.
And I do like Posh Totty, Amelia Fox. No, you get invested in something like that. So
yeah, but you see, for me, I don't know why, but when people say Silent Witness, I just go, no, Helen Mirren. Or was that a long, long time ago?
Was that Silent Witness? No, that was...
No, it was Amanda Redmond, wasn't it?
Amanda Redmond. Before that, it was the Irish lady who's now back, but in a different...
So Helen Mirren never did a Silent Witness?
No.
25 years it's been going.
Good God.
Anyway, yeah. So I went down...
What's the plot on Silent Witness?
Sorry?
What's the plot for those?
It's all about forensic science. There's a forensic laboratory.
Well, very loosely about.
Yeah, because they're more...
They're more procedurals, is it?
Yeah, it's kind of like you sit there thinking, there's no way a forensic scientist would be making decisions and telling the cops what to do.
Exactly, yes.
But we suspend belief, and...
Yes. It blurs reality to the extent where it is no longer.
Yeah. I mean, you say that there have always been some forensic scientists who like to be a bit more involved.
Yeah, but not to
telling police officers what they should be doing.
You say that there has been a famous case of one particular guy in Germany who then in the German long-running TV crime series Tatort was of course was exaggerated into a main character.
And we're going to know this how?
I mean,
given
yes,
we're in England, we don't see that.
I mean, some of the 80s Szymanski ones did actually make it across the world with Geographical.
We're very snobby about the sort of TV. Well, we're not anymore, but we used to be. If they weren't speaking English and it had to have subtitles, it would be on at like stupid o'clock at night on some obscure channel.
BBC Two.
We're better now.
Also, it's German, so too many tits back in the day, particularly.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, that's not allowed in.
Well, that's what we saw after, isn't
it? Nowadays,
continental Europe.
Yeah, it's bad enough that people don't read books; they don't want to read subtitles either. So,
yeah.
Well, you see, my
what's
wife...
that one what's that Italian one?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah. But you go to Italy, and they watch all the English and American stuff.
Yeah, but I love that.
My nonna was like, DJ Walker. I love DJ Walker.
Well, all my friends in Holland used to watch, and the Netherlands used to watch BBC because they didn't have to pay for it.
Exactly, it was free. Yeah.
But seriously, who didn't love T.J. Hooker? I mean, come on.
No, I could never get over the fact that it was Captain Kirk in a policeman's outfit. It just didn't.
Well, this is it, wasn't it?
With a hell of a hairpiece.
With one
hell
of a hairpiece.
Yeah, and some guy in a red T-shirt.
It was Coya Matting, really, wasn't it?
I've just looked it up. She was in Prime Suspect.
Prime Suspect, yes.
That's what I'm confusing it with.
Not Silent Witness. Yeah,
not Silent
close.
Witness.
The great thing
Very
about his
close.
hairpiece is it was dark
Inspector
color,
Tenson.
dark curly hair. He never had dark hair or curly hair. So.
No.
God.
But then again,
Well, not
this
in
is
his
a
head anyway.
suspension of belief. It's all made up.
That's what we
I
had on
saw
my
it-
old car. Suspension
what-
of belief.
Yeah. You believed it had
We believe it
suspension.
was going to last until the next MOT. Yeah.
I just saw the trailer for the new series of Top Gear, and they've got a Ford Torino.
Oh God.
Oh, and it's red, and it's got the white stripe, and I just like,
Oh, that one.
pass the tissues.
That's
Starsky and
love-
Hutch. Yes.
I used to have this job when I used to. I
They
used to
drive really badly. Though.
Oh yeah, they're terrible. Absolutely
They've
terrible.
got a fixed rear beam axle.
Yeah, but it's not the point. It's not the point. It was Starsky's car. It looked cool. When we were watching that, it was just like I used to have this
Yes,
job.
but we also thought that David Soul was cool. I mean, that's how
Starsky was
uncool
cool.
we were.
Starsky was cool.
No, Starsky's the cool one.
Yeah, he was the cool.
Starsky's
David
the
Soul
direct
was
on
in
us,
his
baby.
late.
You know.
He's directing lots of shows.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with his knitted jumper.
Paul Michael Glaser is a big director, isn't he now? But,
Yes.
I remember I used to have this job. I used to knock on doors and ask people if they'd had accidents in the last 3 years.
Do you
Don't
want
ask.
one?
Yes, yeah. It was a horrible job, but I had to pay bills. And there
Dun,
you go.
dun, dun.
And I was walking around this estate, and I turned a corner, and there on some guy's driveway was a Ford Gran Torino in Starsky and Hutch paint job.
Back in a sec.
And it was just like, oh my God, I'm knocking that. I had to fight people off because I'm knocking that door because I don't care whether he's had an accident in the last 3 years or not. I'm going to have an accident if I don't get to meet this guy and ask him about this car. And he was telling me how he built it and restored it. And he did invite me to go. He said, if you want to, go out for a ride in it, then just, let me know. And I was like, yeah, I'd love to, but I never did it. So, but yeah,
It's funny. I meet more people that love that show from other parts of the world than here.
really,
And I've never seen an entire episode.
Oh man, it was just like well, we used to go to school the next day, and we would play Starsky and Hutch in the playground, and we'd fight over who'd be Starsky and who'd be Hutch. and living in rural Norfolk, we never had anybody appropriate enough to play Huggy Bear, so that was always like the short
Oh, we
straw.
did. We did.
Yeah,
I was a Dukes of Hazzard kid.
Yeah, we had an Indian kid at school, and he didn't really want to do it, so that was as close as we could get to authenticity. But yeah, it's that was a car and a half.
Now, this is how to do a DVD box.
There you go. Look at that. That's it. I mean, just looking
car,
at that stripe, oh
Yeah. Do you know
there's
what?
just something about it.
During the running of that show,
There you go.
Wolf Race custom wheels went through the fucking
I
roof.
bet. Yeah.
The sale of them, and people were putting them on everything.
Yeah.
Bubble cars, whatever it was. Yeah, got to get yourself a Wolfies on it. God bloody hell! No, I had the Gran Torino that was before that. It was like 14 feet long.
Yeah.
Or was it wide?
Well, this-
I can't remember which one it was.
That's
but it was
the one thing
huge.
that struck me first about the one that this guy had was how long it was. I mean, I knew American cars were big, but it just didn't correlate to the one that I'd seen on TV. But of course, this is in real life now. So,
Yeah.
But they have an American car meet just down the road from me every now and again, and if you're sort of out that way, it's just like queues of just like every single sort of classic American car, the big fins and the massive lights and swimming pool size things. It's just amazing. I hate American cars, to drive, but to look at, some of them are just works of art, aren't they?
I love American cars as long as the road is straight and flat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which in this country, it's very
Yeah,
rare.
which makes me wonder why the Capri was so popular.
Oh, I love the Capri.
There's a car that won't go around a fucking corner.
Mid-70s Ford nailed it, didn't they? Really. I mean, in terms of that and the Mark III Cortina, which is still, that's the one. If I can get a classic car, the Mark III Cortina GXL trim.
Yeah. Mark 1 and 2 Escorts.
Mark 1 Escorts were cool. Mark 2s are very cool.
3
Yeah, but-
litre Capris.
But when you think all those, or the cars of that era, not many of them had particularly sophisticated suspension setups anyway.
Yeah, particularly sophisticated.
Well, most of them were drum brakes.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they were
Most of them was just
basic.
like,
And still rear-wheel drive, and
yeah,
you know.
and
Lots
hit
of bare
hit
metal
the
in the
brakes and
cabin.
hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they're all. Yeah. I mean, compared to what we have nowadays, that it's nothing.
They're still bloody good fun to drive, though.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's the thing.
And
I mean,
nothing beats a rear-wheel drive car for handling and going round corners.
My brother-in-law had a Cortina, and he always used to carry his toolkit in the boot just to get a bit of grip as he went round, you know. But yeah, it was pre the. I remember my dad's first car when he came. He came over to the UK in '69. He didn't own a car until about '74.
So we're having a piss in a bottle.
Well, it must be Sass because everyone else is muted and I'm
Yes,
not.
I'm pouring myself a mega pint of wine.
So it sounds.
Yeah, but yeah, his first car was a purple Mark I Escort. Can't remember.
Right.
I don't remember what engine or what trim level. It can't have been too fancy. And then he started his own restaurant business, and things started to get quite good. So his next car was the Mark III Cortina GXL in vermilion orange with the black vinyl roof.
Yeah.
Black vinyl seats, 8-track recorder or player in the car, and then you've got the Mark IV in sky blue, and it was horrible. It was just
I didn't
so
like the Mark IV as much at all.
yeah, and he didn't. So then he bought a Fiat 132 Super Mirafiori.
Oh, it's the law.
Well, it was the last Fiat he ever owned, and given that he was a man that lived 60 miles away from the Fiat factory, everybody in the area drove Fiats because it was just
Every
like you say,
Italian
it was the law.
I knew had the Mirafiori.
Yeah, Mirafioris.
Yeah.
But rusted away to fuck within 4 years.
Yeah.
Engine was absolutely gorgeous, but the bodywork was just like,
Isn't it the only car that starts rusting in the prospectus?
yeah. It's
That's
very true.
the thing that was always said in Germany, or Fehler in einem Teil, errors in all
Here they're all
parts.
fixed again, Tonys.
Yeah. I think they were actually designed for the Iraqi market.
Well, they were just incredible cars, but just poor build quality and certainly poor metals. But when I bought my first Fiat in, must have been 91, I bought a Fiat Tipo diesel. It wasn't even a turbo diesel back then. It was just a 1.7 diesel. The most flash thing about it was the speedo was 3-digit
Cylindrical one.
no, it's an LED. You know, like a little calculator
digital.
display. But it was big numbers, and that was the only cool thing about it.
And
But
then one digit would wink out and you had no idea how fast you were going.
exactly, yeah. But it was slow. Its 0 to 60 was like 6
8.5
months.
weeks.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But somebody dinged on the door and left a nasty sort of like gash on the back door about this big, and it went down. You know, the paint off to the bare metal. And I wasn't very wealthy at the time. I couldn't afford to get it fixed.
So
for a
it
couple of
rusted
months.
through in 3 weeks.
No. It was still shiny metal because the Tipo was the first one they used with galvanised
galvanised.
steel. Yeah.
Ah.
And that was the thing. And when my dad heard that I'd got a Fiat, he's like, "What? You don't want to get that shit? You remember what happened with my one?" I said, "Yeah, but Dad, years have passed. Many years have passed. Well, not many. About 5, I think, between those two. Actually, no, probably a bit more. 7 or 8. And
Wasn't
it was
early 80s, but galvanized started to become a thing in France and then Italy, slowly in Germany.
I think 87. I think was when Fiat adopted it.
Because Talbot started doing it in like 81, I think,
Yeah.
or maybe even 79.
But
Just to go back to starting house, just have start this out. The most important part, in my opinion, Tom Scott.
I can't sit. Oh yes, very nice.
From season 2 of the theme onwards, gotcha.
Yeah.
He wrote-
Season 1 was what was that?
It's Lalo Schifrin. It's a very Lalo Schifrin style thing. But
That's it.
Tom Scott started doing a lot of the actual episodes in it, which is probably why they got him to do a new theme.
Yeah.
And then I think
Classic.
from season 4 or 5, it became even more synth driven than the original version.
Oh, I just thought of you the other day. They are reissuing the Firestarter Tangerine Dream soundtrack for the first time on vinyl and CD since whenever. I can't remember if there's anything different about it, whether it's got anything, whether it's remastered or anything. But I just saw an advert the other day and I thought,
where do I need it? Like first, is it Heartbreakers, Whiskey Business, Firestarter?
No,
yeah.
Sorry, let me just talk to the chat, John. I saw that message, and yes, it's there's been for our American friends, there's been a bad shooting in Texas.
Oh God!
Which
well, line them up. I got a bunch lately. Copycats everywhere.
Oh yeah, here you go. I've just got it on NBC. 14 students,
15 people, 14 students, and one teacher have been killed.
Sake.
2 people and dozens more were injured. Suspect is in custody.
Okay.
Shit. I mean, you know me. I like guns, but who the fuck is stupid enough to go and point a gun at a person? I mean, for God's sake.
More to the point, who's not stupid enough, who's evil enough to point at a child?
Well, our background checks here
sick.
fail all the time.
They
don't do mental health checks like they should.
And that's a lot of the problem, isn't it? It's not so much the proliferation of firearms. That is, of course, a problem. But the big problem is who gets hold of the bloody things. Oh, dear.
Making it a right was probably a mistake.
Well, the Columbine shootings, they didn't even use their own guns. They had your guns from other people.
Yeah. Well, the thing, I mean, we talk about the Constitution, we get into politics here, which we probably ought not to do.
No, we were talking earlier while you were busy watching TV.
Well, there you go. So the Constitution was drawn up at a different time. Oh, there you go. So,
yeah.
And so the rules in that are not applicable.
This is why we
have. This is why we have amendments.
It's also misinterpreted too.
Exactly.
Because if you want to take on the government with your guns, good luck against the military and drone strikes and everything else.
Yeah.
Nice pictures.
I just over the weekend went through every Vangelis album, which a lot more effort than I thought it would be. Or at least
there are a lot, aren't there? That was direct, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is direct. Which I normally listen to the CD because, of course, the vinyl is missing 2 or 3 tracks. But then I completely forgot that it comes with this lovely insert. Yeah, there is the lovely "There's the Money" shot.
Oh, nice!
Wow.
Did you notice, Ken? Did you watch the
I'm not going to do Vangelis top trumps.
Because you win.
It's right here. It's right here.
Did you see the Steve Porcaro video?
Yes, I watched it. Yes.
Did you notice? Not only was he got was it Robert's CS80 there, but they filmed it in 2 different locations, hadn't they? There's him with the CS80 and the software, but there was another one where he had an Arturia controller and a little laptop with CS80V on. But did you notice what was behind him?
No, I didn't.
DX1.
Ah.
So he still has one.
It's in the outtakes. He's probably using that as well.
Yeah. So I thought, oh, there it is.
If only the poly aftertouch could transmit that.
Yeah.
Although the guy from Ploytech, he
is he still going?
First or second super. Yeah, Ploytech. They make some plugins as well. Quite popular for mastering. But he modified his to allow the poly aftertouch to come out via MIDI. Which I don't know whether he took the sensors to a separate board or did it some other way or added new sensors. But he had it as, I think, at first or second super booth. He was like demonstrating polychaining their miniature pilot squared synths for like 50 euro synths, using a DX1 as a master keyboard with poly aftertouch because it's the only one he had. But obviously modded in some way to make that happen.
I played a Jupiter 6 today with aftertouch.
Oh, yeah.
And I know that what's wrong with this doesn't mean I should be looking at the keyboard, but I opened it all up to find out what you done. And he's taken the aftertouch strip from a D50.
All right.
And just mounted it just under the keys, under the front of the keys. a trim pot, and then connected them up to the the mod button on the modulation panel, and then ran it to a little switch so you can either have it or not have it.
All right.
But when you apply the delay for the LFO or for the LFO, and it works on the aftertouch as well. I thought, yeah, that's clever. I like that. It's really easy and simple. It'd take about an hour to fit. So I thought, I don't know why more because it made it a very interesting keyboard. I must admit, something to have in that, even though it was just mono.
Yeah.
Really gave it another dimension to play with, you know.
How did you have to sit on the keyboard for the aftertouch to trigger, or did you at least fix the resistor values a bit? Not like on.
Well, yeah, you had it. The weird thing was he put the trimmer on it, and it was just enough, and you only have to apply a little bit of pressure, and it would start start aftertouching, which is pretty cool.
Not like on a D50 where you.
No, on a D50 it's all like you're supposed to do it like that, isn't it?
Well, to be fair, it's not as bad if you ever played I think it's A80, the early 90s Master Keyboard, which does have poly aftertouch, but by factor poly aftertouch, so it's 2 octaves out by the actual note numbers. So you need to put a custom MIDI script in somewhere that actually reassigns these events if you want to use the poly aftertouch. But also, you need to change the voltage source that goes to the poly aftertouch. And then you still have to stand up the keyboard apparently for it to use. So the one that I nearly bought, I then decided to not buy.
Yeah. I was having the same thing with the T8, going. No, I can't be asked with this.
Interesting because the only T8 I've ever played, it's or maybe it hasn't been played. Well, it gets played like maybe once a month. In the past 20 years. So probably it's not too bad.
Yeah, but after a while, forget it. Yeah, it just goes. Yeah.
And during the Digital 4, that was the best keyboard in the world, but we had to have it for the Synclavier. I mean, when your alternative was Pratt Reeds or the Matsushita ones, it's probably not the worst shout, but...
Yeah, but the Pratt Reeds are so bloody heavy, that's the thing. Why bloody tonners, buggers?
They were a cheap American organ keyboard, so every American company used them.
Yeah. They've had £1 for every cat whisker I've had to adjust. But, wait a minute, I do.
or like in PPG, in German PPG groups, it was always a joke that that keyboard is one of the reasons why it's called a wave. Because I mean, particularly there, because the aftertouch is this weird hinged thing rather than the normal Pratt Reed aftertouch. You have to push it more than you would normally want to push a Pratt Reed. So obviously, the stupid plastic things that has for bushings at the back get bent even more than they would normally get.
Yeah.
But yeah,
the Beastie Boys apparently are releasing a new 5-part anthology. Apparently parts A to D are free, but you have to fight for your right for part E.
Oh, fucking hell.
Dad joke. Oh.
And yet, clever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't take credit for that, so.
Oh, that's a shame.
That's my friend Tim in LA. He just posted that.
That's pretty cool. I like it. John, what's it?
Giant Watson. Literally a giant Watson.
I should have friends soon.
Is that like a Cheetos? The what's it?
Are they better than small, normal-sized Watsits?
Yeah. They taste delicious. They just magnified.
Is that a cheese puff kind of thing?
Yes.
Yeah, they're Cheetos, basically.
Yeah.
I thought Cheetos were more like knickknacks.
Well, you have puffed Cheetos and you have fried Cheetos.
So the fried Cheetos are the little hard,
more
wobbly
crunchy
things.
Yeah, they're knickknacks. Yeah.
Oh, there you are. I wondered when you were going to turn up. Come on in, my little what's it thing. People really love that photograph of her on Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just turned around
the
and
woofer jokes.
and she was just sitting in it. Weren't you?
Bless her heart.
Yes.
So has anyone else been watching the Johnny Depp trial?
Nope.
Nope.
Not. I mean, I scroll through my feed and there's a picture of.
First couple of days, maybe.
Yeah.
But
I see headlines. I think.
I only.
What, you mean two dysfunctional people being completely dysfunctional in court and lying at each other in a dysfunctional
and then all the
relationship?
people then all the people that side with one or t'other.
Right.
I'm thinking,
and still enjoying the bad press because they're both narcissists. So,
I mean, I've never had an issue with the public side of Johnny Depp. I've always thought when I've seen him interviewed, he can be quite a charming individual, and but you don't know because you're not there, and we don't know anything.
I must
about
admit,
that.
I'm enjoying the. I like the fact that she has spent about the same as what you would on a gallon of diesel for her defence lawyers.
Yeah,
because they are fucking useless.
They are quite useless, and that
they are pretty.
I did read an article because they're all going on about one of Depp's lawyers. This
Camille Vasquez.
That's it. Yeah.
She's
and they're all
fantastic.
saying how wonderful she is at her job. I'm thinking, well, you're a lawyer, you know. I mean,
well, the guy on the other side was objecting against his own thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, apparently, wasn't it? He objected against.
He objected to himself.
To his own question. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. And the other one, of course, is the Wagatha Christie trial.
Oh. I do think that if you're going to take someone to court, it's normally a good idea not to be the bad guy. I mean, you know, is that just me? Am I wrong in that assumption?
Well,
how do lawsuits work? How do slap lawsuits work again? Oh wait.
Well, in the Wagatha Christie trial, it seems that the person who launched the suit, Rebecca Vardy, seems to be guilty of everything that Colleen Rooney accused her of being. That's my interpretation, just from we don't have televised trials, so one can only go through based on the information that's been released.
Also, just make sure to add the allegedly.
Well, yes, thank you. Yeah, that's my "have I got news for you" bit.
But I read something the other day that they said if Colleen Rooney and Rebecca Vardy weren't very wealthy footballers' wives, this would have been sorted out
with a bit of hair tugging.
2 a.m. in the Weatherspoons car park with a lot of bit hair, pulling and face slapping and. Yeah, that's essentially all that they're doing. They're just spending lots of money doing it.
But you know, it's funny how someone thinks that you can lose text by throwing your phone over the side of a boat. You know, because no one ever retains information on any of these platforms ever. Obviously.
Here comes your mate, Rob.
Fiona crawling in on her hands and knees.
Come on. Not you, that pose. Come on. Oh, hello.
Sorry. Dark Destroyer.
Here's Nelly.
Robbie, in the meantime, I think there's some records I should check what you have in your collection. Do you have this one?
I don't believe I do, no.
Oh, it's one of the earliest Fairlight records ever.
When is what, sorry?
Fairlight records.
Right.
It's Morris Pert and Eberhard Schöner. Piece called Fairlight 80, and it recorded in 1979. Released in about April 1980.
No, I don't have that one.
Is that a copy of the Peter Gabriel Scratches album kind of thing?
No, it's Eberhard Schöner, who's a very famous German conductor.
No, but it looks like the Peter Gabriel thing, the Scratches.
No, he's just holding up the hand. He's not scratching Polaroid. But then you must have this one from him.
Nope.
No, his 1983 rock. But when he finally received his own Fairlight, no longer had to hire them. Then DX1 galore. If you ever want to hear DX1,
I've heard of Spliff, but I haven't got that now.
Oh, yeah, but the last record is basically how much DX1 and PPG wavetone B can you put on the record, and then try and put a bit more wavetone B sampling on it. There's like literally a song on there, which is why he bought the Fairlight for the tour.
I see.
Oh, yeah, and then the Ultimate GS1 record.
Nope.
There's actually one song which is just GS1, CR78, and some singing.
Nice.
Looks like you got some catching up to do, Rob.
But yeah, you could really, if you just search Eberhard or Eberhard Schöner Fairlight 18, I'm unsure whether it came out before Babushka or just after. But it's definitely one of the contenders for earliest Fairlight records. Also, he was the guy who bought John Lennon's Moog modular when that returned to Bob Moog, because he basically turned up in Trumansburg and asked him to buy one, and Bob Moog said no, the waiting list is full. And then the crates came back from John Lennon's Moog, and he was like, "Well, you're gonna have that one if you pay for it now." And he managed to get the funds to take that back home in like 1969, 1970.
I'll tell you what I have got. I've got it's downstairs, so I'm not going to go and get it. But I'll see if I can find a picture of it. So there was an album made with the Quasar 2, and it was by a guy called Sven Liebeck, who was a Norwegian composer, and I'm just trying to find it. Oh. It's kind of like space jazzy type stuff, and I literally only bought it because somebody said, "Oh, here's an album that's got the Quasar all over it." I can't find a picture of it on here. Was it that one? No. But yeah, that was when was that? That must have been about 70 something. But it's this horrible scratchy kind of additive thing. It's horrible.
Counts are worse than some of John Chowning's early stuff, with like the earliest reverb, digital reverbs in the background, where you hear all this swirling stuff. No, you have like some very normal growly FM in like some of other Chowning's compositions, and then you have high frequency swirling, which is the very early reverb algorithm.
Yeah, it's not music you'd like put on for the background. It's
what is that not for music you listen to every day?
Yeah, definitely not.
Weird. I actually, Randy Carlos' Digital Moonscapes. That's a great record if you want some additive fun.
Was it DK Synergy, was it?
Yeah, GDS and Synergy. It's basically the album that he did before, during, after Tron, which of course Tron is also full of Kruma GDS everywhere.
Is your Polybrute still on then?
It's been sat there all nice and toasty, waiting.
Go on, give it a go. Yeah?
Give it a go.
Give it a go. Want to hear some Polybrute?
You want to hear some Polybrute?
Yeah, give some Polybrute.
Can you play some Jump?
Oh yeah. Let me get my coffee first. Hang on a sec. Yeah, we'll carry on and I'll go and get my coffee.
Play some Jump, yeah.
Can you play Stairway to Heaven? doesn't sound like Van Halen.
Is he back yet? No, he's not back. What's this one? Here we go. Oh, stop it. Is he back yet? Jesus.
No.
Love it when it does that.
That was quite hard. Yeah.
Yes.
What you love, some comb filtering from your delay.
Can you change the stereo separation so it's more centered rather than hard left, hard right?
Yeah. Somewhere.
I mean, it sounds fantastic, but when you've got headphones on, it's
yeah. Oh, he's back now.
Yeah. So, have you made any patches for it yourself yet?
I have, not many, but I've gone through and try to find some of these now to put this into this mode, and then I can see them better. That's one of mine. Got a nice bottom end on it. Because this is the thing I realized. So I mentioned this last time, is the fact you can have two patches in one patch. So this is one patch, and then this is the other one, and then you can just blend between the two. And you can either do that with a rotary knob, or you can do it with the Morphe. So that can be really fun.
Actually, Kent.
Yes, dear.
Question for you.
Go on in.
Which analog synths do sub bass really well? So down to the 15, 20, 25
well, CS80 when you do the pitch bend down, right?
Yeah, the pitch. Yeah, that's pretty good all the way down. A lot of the other ones. Let's think. I'm trying to think of. Discounting modular.
Well, the reason why I ask, I had an MRI scan today, and I'm lying in the machine, and I'll tell you, those things make beautiful, beautiful music. The noises were just fantastic, and there were some sub frequencies that you could feel, and the pulsing was beautiful. I mean, I joked with the radiographer and said I'd really love to come in here one day and record it. I just have to try and work out how.
Yeah.
But not those awful bang 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 noises, though.
Actually, they weren't too bad.
How modern was it?
Oh, it was pretty brand new.
Yeah,
I've got to say.
Because if you've ever been to UCL Hospital in their brand new thing, which I don't know if it's open yet, but where they have all the lovely particle accelerators for proton therapy, they make some fabulous noises.
Yeah, but it was just the sub. I was lying there, and it was a really beautiful pulsating sub frequency, and I reckon it was probably about 20 hertz, and it was absolutely glorious. And I honestly, the first thing I've got to record this. How the hell am I going to get around to
I mean, decent mic, like a decent B&K or DPA nowadays, 4006 Omni mic, that will most likely be relatively linear down to 5 hertz.
Yeah, you just don't want anything with large amounts of metal in it. That's the only problem.
Yes. So how else are you going to do it?
Exactly.
What other sort of diaphragm are you going to get to move?
Exactly. Yeah.
Want some fun sounds? Get a Electro Sluice or a Soma Ether and do all the EM stuff from all your equipment around you. There's great noises there.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I've hooked up a couple of things just using inductors and feeding it to a preamp, and you can get some fantastic noises. And my sub will go down really, really low. But it was just it was just a beautiful pulsation. It wasn't just a thumping bass. It was a almost organic noise, and I was just absolutely fascinated by it.
But like if you've heard like the last two sort of proper Peter Gabriel, or 3 proper Peter Gabriel records, which was like Rabbit Proof Friends, Ovo, and Up, they have some very deep growly pulsating bass on there. If you look at it on an analyzer, you're just like, Jesus, what the fuck is going on below the 20 hertz line? And it's like really modulated.
I do that when I'm listening to Peter Gabriel. Yeah.
Let's put it that way. I quite like when I noticed that Up had some crazy bass on, and then started like well, listening to other stuff and having the analyzer of my RME interface, which is always open on the second screen at home, just looking at it at the same time, I was like, oh yeah, there's also crazy bass over the same. Let's listen to the next time when I have a big PA that I'm tuning. Yeah, it is quite fun. Inception soundtrack I would also highly recommend on a big PA. The Mombasa track has some very lovely sweeps in there that definitely
in between the bois.
yeah, ba, 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 and you have these massive sweeps that are fascinating if you have some AC venting, because you might get lovely standing waves of all the insulate and all the segments becoming suddenly the resonant lengths, and each segment goes along and starts resonating more. It's great fun.
We have a new viewer in the chat, Chow Garden. He says, greetings from Jersey. And I'm thinking, oh, Channel Islands. And then Uncle Chrome says, hi from Maryland. And it's sort of, oh, okay, which Jersey is it, Chow?
For not New York.
Yeah, these bloody Yanks stealing our British names. I don't know what it is.
Jersey, that's not British.
It's a crown dependency, so you know.
Yeah, but it's not British. It's not United Kingdom. It's tax haven.
Well, crown dependency, yes. As is the Isle of Man.
I personally would prefer Guernsey as a place for my money. It's just easier to get to than Jersey.
I think I'd go for somewhere warmer, actually. Bermuda sounds good.
Yeah, but it should be relatively convenient to get to.
Yeah, I'd want to live there as well. If I had the money to hide offshore, believe me, I wouldn't be living here.
And you'd be comfortable in Bermuda. They have the cars on the same side of the road, so in Bermuda,
yes.
So.
Yeah. None of this driving on the wrong side, eh?
That's right. All that rubbish.
It's driving on the right side.
Yeah, driving on the left is on the right. Yeah.
Yeah, and driving on the right is on the right. It's great.
No, both driving on the right's on the wrong.
No, both sides are the right side.
Excuse me.
It's Abbott and Costello bit right there. Is it?
Yeah.
And it's not even a philosophical discussion. It's actually just definitions of words. It's great fun. Homonyms are great words.
I'm not even sure this is coming in time.
It's all right.
I'm trying to work out who's playing what.
It's very, very simple. The stuff that sounds really, really good is him. The guy following along with a single note shit, that's me.
Oh, okay.
Because I can't play like him. He's sick.
I must say, you are sounding very good, Kent. Disgustingly well played, actually.
Yeah, Kent always sounds great.
Have you listened to Opera Sauvage recently?
Yes. And then started crying.
I quite like that wobble effect, Rob.
Yeah.
What? That?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're playing with your bits.
To such an extent, I've just offered a bloke 1850 for his polybrute and see if he goes for it or not.
Clearly, you should just buy like 6 mini brute 2s and make your own polybrute.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of work.
Or just build an anaglyph.
Oh, I know.
That sounds like
Good evening, David.
Hey, Sasquatch, that wine pouring was pretty epic.
I just had to do it. It's a
Got
mega
you going.
point.
Got you going.
I feel I need to get another glass of absinthe for whiskey.
Unfortunately, my glass is only 500 millilitres. It's not 568 millilitres. So, strictly speaking, it wasn't a pint, but, you know.
But wouldn't you prefer your pint glass to be larger than a pint anyway?
Well,
so
my
you can
large,
avoid spillage.
My large wine glass is considerably... my large wine glass will take a whole bottle, actually.
Depends on the size
the
of the
drummer's
bottle.
coming out in me, right? I just
It takes a full 750 ml bottle.
Amateur, what small bottle is that? That's like a standard wine bottle.
Well,
it's not
yes,
the correct bottle for an alcoholic.
No, if I'm going to drink a Magnum, I just use a straw. I mean, you know, why waste a glass?
I tell you what, Rob, we must be doing all right. We've lost about 10 viewers.
and Ty isn't here to shout at us.
Just gotta bring it back. Everybody.
Boom. Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats.
I mean, I mean, sadly, since I've removed the cable to the basement, I can no longer have internet down there and play on the Juno. Until then,
You scared Cleo off.
it's terrible.
Sorry.
Oh.
Okay. I won't do it again.
Play some Vangelis, see if we can get a copyright strike.
Have you actually ever managed so far to get a claim for any of the...
Well,
no, tried.
But we've played so much Vangelis on here.
It's not monetized anyway, so...
that doesn't matter, you still get a claim.
This algorithm is out there sniffing around.
It doesn't matter, and then even then it will just monetize it for somebody else.
So what we need to do then is persuade Ty to play something that's copyrighted, and then we'll see if we get a claim through it.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, we need to play some Chemical Brothers tracks.
Just a filter sweep, yes.
I'll tell you what, give us the chords from Billie Jean, that should do it.
But he doesn't have a CS80, you have the 80.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true, but I can't remember what the chords are.
It's only 4 chords.
I actually had the 80 as well.
What?
And that was
Quincy's 80?
In the chat.
Yeah. He sold it and it came through me to get done.
The 80 that
and
was used on...
I didn't play the Billie
It's
Jean
the one that
chords
was
on it.
also used on this record.
Yeah. And old Mr. Piccaro has played on it as well.
Yeah, actually on this record, Mr. Piccaro played it.
Yeah, he's played that one quite a few times. It appears on quite a few records apparently, because it came with like an authenticity list as well, and all the different records it had been used on. It was quite.
I'll just say hi to Rich Hilton in the chat.
Hey,
I've sent you a link if you're bored.
Yeah.
Say hi. Hey, say hi.
Well, we'll have a bit of shine now.
Yeah.
This is the bit where I always go. Ooh. No.
Yeah. I'll do the chords. I'll do the chords for you.
It's typical of Vangelis harmony, though.
I'll do the chords.
Just with fourths, just based on fourths rather than thirds. But
Hang on,
still
let's see if I can make
typical
this a little
Vangelis harmony.
You missed out, Robert. Rich was playing in Zurich.
There you go. That's a bit on the noisy. That one needs to come down a bit, doesn't it?
So is that the polybrute then, Rob?
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good.
Cleo says
Evening,
yes.
Cleopatra.
Yeah.
She says with a certain.
But what I'm also amazed about with that track on China, it reminds me a lot of some of the stuff of Marvin Hamlish's score for The Spy Who Loved Me.
Yes.
Yes.
Very similar.
Which came out
doesn't it?
which came out 2 years earlier.
Mm.
Well, I mean, no one's ever inspired by anything else, are they?
I mean, not that Marvin Hamlish was the most original music. Even like since it started with what was big music that he wrote originally that he got famous for, Chorus Line. I mean, that is it's all some prior art.
It disturbs me, Robert, that you know so much weird shit. I mean, I know The Spy Who Loves Me, but I couldn't tell you who the composer was.
What, Marvin Hamlish? He was like the celebrity composer. He was like, he loved being a celebrity and he loved being a composer.
Oh.
It's like one thing he's famous for.
His name does not ring any bells in my brain.
I mean, yes, he probably died a bit too young.
Is that truly weird shit, though, Sasquatch?
Well, it is to me. I mean, did you know his name?
Maybe I'm also a bit of a James Bond.
No, I don't mean this the wrong way. I'm just always fascinated when I meet people who have all sorts of obscure ephemera in their heads, and it's always great to hear it, because I just think, how the hell do you remember that shit? You know?
No.
Because my brain is just like a sieve when it comes to names. I'm one of those people that I can either remember your name or your face. It's unlikely that I will remember both.
I can't remember. I really can't remember names, and I can't remember faces
I can't remember
either.
Sasquatch's face. That's for certain.
I mean, it needs a shave.
Believe me, it's worse in real life.
Just builds and builds, doesn't it, Sasquatch?
And if you look in the chat, of course, Richard Hilton.
The longer he waits.
Rich is saying that he's not. Rich is saying he's not in the Jubilee. That's a shame. Would have been nice to jab at the screen and go, "I know him."
Oh, I did that at Glasgow. I kept saying to the family, "See him with the white hat. I know him." I've spoken to him. I've potentially upset him at some point.
Yes, I said something really that he was disturbed by.
I'm quite glad that I didn't know Ty before, when we actually met once in person, which he probably can't remember. But I mean, it's very helpful for my sake that if a meeting were to occur now, it would be quite different. More opera sauvage?
Yeah, why not?
I like the way that Kent just sits there
Give
and
us some
just
pulse, darling.
plays it. He's not reading the music. It's all from memory.
How about a bit of bounty?
I agree.
Wait.
Squatch, by the way. Yeah, it's amazing.
Because I haven't seen that film for years, and I couldn't tell you a single note from it anymore.
That one, is it?
No, that's 1492.
Oh, is it all right? Well, it's on the sea, isn't it? Come on, it's close.
It's ships and shit.
All right, bounty. How does that go?
Yes, that's the thing. I can't fucking remember.
Yeah, no.
Because the score was never released, or maybe it was illegally at some point.
Well, it must have come out in some form somewhere.
I mean, yeah, maybe some illegal ones.
Maybe somebody in the chat could hum it.
Oh, I think I just got Rob's phone in my left ear then.
It might have been.
You can only hope it's just his phone.
I look forward to the day where Rich Hilton and Kent Spong are in the same room together with keyboards, and we can just sit and listen to them for hours.
Well, that might happen yet. I've already got the Rolly lined up for him with a nice 88 hammer action. That'll keep him going. That'll keep him happy. That'd be like being back home.
You have to let me know when that happens, and I'll bring my big Kurzweil down and get Richard to sign it.
Oh, we might make it a show. It'd be worth it to have Richard on playing.
Apparently I lied. Apparently the Bounty Motion Picture soundtrack came out in some form in 1995.
Sorry, I'm just reading Homegrown. He's humming it for you.
That should do it. All right, let's see what. Hang on, I might be able to get it here. This will definitely.
Of course, it was an illegal release, but still traded on Discogs apparently, which means it's totally legal.
Blade Runner, for many years.
Yeah, that only came out officially
in
'94. That's still incomplete and has some voiceover on it.
I was just looking at that Firestarter reissue. Comes out on the 22nd of July. 11-track CD. I think it's the same for the vinyl.
CP80 in it.
Yeah, 11-track vinyl. But the vinyl is pressed in Fuego. Because it's Firestarter.
That's it, Cam.
That's it, isn't it?
30 quid. Jesus.
I saw the Prodigy live. They were quite good.
I wish I had. I never.
They put on a good show.
No. Oh, we go to see it. Right. easy, that one. Because it got rhythm in it.
Says
Don't do rhythm.
I'm officially put to shame. That's all I'll say.
Isn't that also... there's a whole bunch of Lindrum and 808 stuff
Yeah,
in Bounty, I think, as well.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them in there, isn't it? Yeah, and it's another one of those... Because a lot of the... Because you do that end track that everybody remembers, and then the rest of it is just like lots of noises and stuff, like on Chariots. It's all sort of like and all that all over the place, and then
Antarctica is probably one of his most musical scores, where it's like actually very minimal music, but it's musical pieces everywhere. There's a lot of it. Chariots has a lot of also 1492. That's fun.
Antarctica's fun too because it has the Asian feel to it as well. It's got a koto type sound in the opening theme.
Yeah. Which is probably emulator. Or actually no, most of the percussion of that era is just him samples a few bits into the emulator.
Well, it's koto or guzheng, one of those two.
Yeah. Because he loved his E1 for quite a considerable amount of time.
Timpani on Blade Runner, that's emulator. And of course the famous loop. The boom, boom, boom. Yeah.
Do you know, I played that to these heathens the other day, Robert. They didn't know what the hell it was. I did the whole reggae loop and the trumpet thing. And I said, come on, you must... No, I don't remember that.
No.
And I said, bar scene.
Yeah, and I went, how many CS80s are in it again? Because CS80 comes on and my ears go, bink, what? Sorry?
Yeah.
Really, if you see it, listen to this album. Nina Hagen Band. The only synth on there is a CS80 and a Mini Moog.
Oh, okay.
That was Reinhold Heil, co-founder of Spliff. That was his first band, and he bought the CS80 with 5,000 marks from the advance of the record company. 5,000 he bought from his parents, and 3,000 he saved up. So yeah, 13,000 D-mark in 1977.
Yeah.
But after that, Yamaha treated him really well. It's probably one of the reasons why he was the first in Germany to get a GS2. Yeah. And also managed to buy a VP1. Bastard. That's the one that Manny has at the moment. And Reinhold sold his CS80 to Gerhard Langeling, the guy behind Logic.
Mm-hmm.
There's a VL one on sale right now for about $5,000.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's like 4 more than I would pay.
There's one on eBay for about 2.5, and then this one came up the other day for about £4,500. So yeah, probably about $5,000 in US. That's not me. Can you hear that?
Well, it's either you or Kent.
No, it sounds like a mobile phone.
Sounds like it is you, Robbie.
Hang on. Why is that only picking up? It's never picked that up before.
Yeah.
Have you done
it's roaming for a tower?
I know that it's because of this. That's why it doesn't do it, because I normally have those turned down.
Yeah. Well, you have some cables acting as antennas, picking it up.
Mm-hmm. Very likely, yeah.
Hey, Mr. Earlier, Kent, were you playing the Bounty piano chords?
Trying to.
Oh.
It's mangling the fuck out of them and getting them in the wrong order.
But you can use the keyboard to do that wah, 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 wah sound in there.
Oh, God. Do you know what? I went looking for a CP80 on here a couple of days ago. And I go, right, which of my libraries has a CP80 in it? And I went through all the libraries.
I just used a free Giga library I found on the internet ages ago.
Ugh.
That's the CP80 I still use, and it sounds as out of tune as any CP80.
Yeah, just so how you get into habits. So I'm looking for a CP80 library, and I've got like ton of keyboards around me that can do CP80. Oi. I mean, I know the Oasis can do CP80. Twit. Never occurred to me.
I mean, if you want that one, I can bring it over to you. But it's a high quality giga file which Quanta can still open.
Yeah. How many billion meg is that?
I don't know, 20, 50. It's a giga library. What did you expect? Did you expect it to?
Funny thing is, sometimes that's enough, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, but for CP80 it's just weird. I don't think anything. I've played a CP70 and nothing sounded like it, but I've heard otherwise. But I think it's a lot about what you physically hear as well when you're playing it. Because of course, yeah, I didn't record it and then just listened to it back later and was disappointed how it sounded.
There you go.
Why is it in stereo?
Magic.
Richard's saying no CP anything. Yes.
He's looking for the lost chord.
Yeah, did Rich love his CP60M?
No, it's the found chord.
I nearly bought a CP60M because I had the space at the time.
Yeah, chunky monkeys, aren't they?
Yeah, but the keyboard falls in, so you can actually get it reasonably easy up the stairs.
We sampled one for Hollow Sun. We bought it from a guy. Where was he?
Who's we?
Me and Steve Howell for Hollow Sun. I bought it with Steve's money. Had it shipped to Cardiff. I can't remember where it came. It was in the UK somewhere. So the shipping was an absolute fortune. And then it got to Steve's and he set it all up, and then he had to get a guy in to come and tune it, so that took a little while. And then he did his typical meticulous sampling of it, built his library, which I think you can still buy on the Hollow Sun website for Contact at least. But we did it in, initially we did it in Akai S6000, but this was around the time that the Z series were sort of trickling out.
Oh, right, yeah.
And they had note off samples. So Steve went back and sampled all the note off mechanical sounds and everything and added that in. And it was so good that Keen, because Keen that was a kind of signature sound, wasn't it? The CP. And they decided to take that on tour instead of an actual CP. It looked like a CP, but it was just a controller in there powering an Echo Z8 with Steve's samples in it, and then we sold it and made a profit on it as well on the actual CP.
Well, it'd been tuned.
Yeah, exactly.
No, CP can't sound in tune though, because even if you listen to all the ABBA records, the CP80 in the bass, it's completely out of tune. And for high descant, it also always tends to go a bit sharp, to say the least.
So basically what we're all saying is that we like instruments that aren't in tune.
We like instruments played by real people.
This is my favourite one. This is the UVI, which is very nice.
Where are we? Oh, we're in Falcon.
It's a very nice one, but it's quite big. That's my favourite.
I'd rather hear a Rhodes, to be honest. But
do that.
There's nothing in common between a Rhodes and a CP.
No, but I like the sound of a Rhodes, and it's as simple as that. There are some instruments that sort of gel with you, and some that don't.
Well, so Rhodes are Wurlitzer.
The Rhodes sound, the Wurlitzer works for me. Clarinet works for me.
I got good news. You can buy one for like $10,000.
Yes. But I don't have any kidneys left.
I love the sound of a Rhodes too. I love it. But
I didn't know
it does sound a little like Also like the CP80.
How did that become that? That's interesting. Oh, you twat, that's why. Oh, fuck's sake. I shouldn't be allowed out of the house, honestly, on my own.
Well,
you're not.
Oh, technically,
Yeah.
I'm not.
You are, but you
Well,
just
I
choose
am,
not
but
to.
I don't. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
It's
choose.
a choice.
I choose freedom.
Freedom.
Oh, that's why. Twat. Why did you do that for? That
I
was
don't know. Why did
stupid thing to do.
Wasn't it?
Arse.
All roads lead to a mortgage.
Yeah.
Well, you say that. I mean 10 years ago, 500 quid for Rhodes that needed some work.
Yes, but I didn't know that I really loved Rhodes pianos then.
And even now, you a repaired Mark III you can get for about 2.5 at a stretch, free.
Yeah, or I could buy Hydrosynth.
Yeah, yes, but the Rhodes Mark III, it's insane. It's stupid. It has the most stupid synth built in.
Yeah.
It's like so terrible in many ways, but it's great.
And it's $2,500 at least. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, recognise it now.
Oh, that's the Blade Runner bar with the snake lady.
And you were there. You were there.
Andy
You heard
knows.
it.
Andy knows. Andy gets a gold star.
Looking for what's his name? Not Jackie. What's the guy's name? The sleazy guy running the bar.
Yeah. Oh, I can't remember.
Those toms, you can't miss those toms.
Actually, Cresshead raises the reface CP.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone have any experience of that? How does that sound?
I've heard it sounds very good.
Well, it's basically the same chip as in the normal CPs, isn't it? In the normal modern CP ranges, so the normal digital pianos or stage pianos. So if it's the same as in the CP1, then it will sound great. We'll have a great C7 and Bösendorfer sound and a very convincing CP80.
Oh, I must look and see if they've done any
It's like
comparisons.
biryani.
Because the CP80 does sound good, but there's something about the Rhodes, you know.
Do you know what I hate about multi-monitor setups? 'Cause
Everything.
When you go to like, oh right, I don't want to use that, so you go right, get rid of that, and the do you wish to discard this window comes up over there, and you have to discard.
What you need is a computer per monitor.
No.
That sounds like work as well.
Then you either have to use some stupid software to go between them, which when it once didn't work when you really needed to work, makes you really pissed off of it, or you have tons of mice and keyboards or trackballs in front of you.
Yeah.
Well, good night,
Like I've
Richard.
got.
Yeah, Robbie, that's where he goes to see the guy named Taffy. He goes, anytime, pal.
But at least you knew
Yeah.
where it was from.
Wagyu says make the central screen the primary screen, and then prompts should always appear just on the primary
It is
screen.
the primary screen, and for some reason, when I do discard in the mixers, it always comes up on that monitor over there, and I do not know why. I've tried all sorts of stuff to stop it doing it. Everything else opens up on the window I'm working on, except the "Do you wish to discard this?" prompt.
I mean, you should just be able to use the keyboard, press enter, right? Or go right, press enter if you don't want to
Do you know
discard
what?
it.
I've always been really, really crap with keyboard shortcuts. I never remember to use them.
Oh, I hate using the mouse.
No, I love using the mouse, but that's probably because of all the gaming that I used to do, like up, down, left, right, and mouse.
I have to. One of the main reasons I bought a Lenovo laptop was because of a track point. Because I don't have to move my fingers out of the keyboard to use it.
Let's have a look at this one.
I just use the Lenovo stuff, which has a nice red nipple.
As I said, and you
Say
can even
no
replace it.
more.
I've got a bag of spare nipples as well.
That is always handy.
It is.
Sparrow's beaks.
I could really go with a spare nipple. It's like has barely any texture left, mine.
Ooh, nice say.
I'm sure I can send you one. To be honest, I bought a bag of them for a couple of quid on eBay. And
what were you, the
even
Judean
if they're
People's
copies,
Front?
they're really good.
Fuck off with the People's Front in Judea. No, don't get me.
Don't get him started on Monty Python.
No.
I played my kids.
From now on, I want you to call me Loretta.
Yeah, I played my kids the first side of previous record.
What have the Romans ever done for us?
Yeah,
well, apart from
and the roads. It's
safe
to go out at night. Oh no, this could go down quite the rabbit hole.
Yes.
Name a really good emulator 2 sound.
Marcato strings.
Everybody said. I mean, there's loads.
The best thing to do is bring up the Monty Python cheese shop sketch when Ty is on, because he hates cheese.
Yeah, I said to him on the phone a few days ago, I said, yeah, but what about cheesecake? He's going, no. But he hasn't got cheese in it.
Just call him Mr. Wensleydale, like in the sketch.
It has if you make it properly.
Yeah, but, you go into a shop, they don't make it properly.
True.
It's
You
creamy.
haven't asked me about Limburger yet.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, what's this one?
I love the runny camembert that the cat's eaten already. So.
What is still amazing about the Marcato strings, they still work nowadays.
Yeah. There you go.
What's that one?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, don't use the tropical bird, please.
What is that sound called anyway?
What tropical bird?
This one. This one.
From Loon Garden.
Loon Garden.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a multi, so you have...
There's water, chimes, loon.
Okay.
If you know Tangerine Dream's Legend soundtrack, it's basically quite
It's
a
an
few
old
bits
UMax
of
one patch.
quite a lot of the Legend soundtrack from Tangerine Dream is literally just that emulated to multi.
That was made popular, should we say, by 808 State, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
On Pacific.
Yeah.
Zero
It's
metal.
just none of these emulator 2V patches seem to be named after any particular patches. Oh no.
That's certainly the case with a lot, mainly because of copyright. But I thought the Ontario ones did. I can't remember now.
Well, I'm not seeing. Was it Moon Garden?
Loon. L.
Oh.
L-O-O-N.
Oh. All right,
I think it's an original
Loon.
thing on the Emacs 1 and 2. It's not on the emulator.
Oh no, you're right. It's here.
Yeah, it's emulated too, that one.
Is it really? Oh.
Yeah. Thing is, EMU libraries really did kind of, like when the E2 came out, it had a lot of E1 stuff on it, and then when the Emaxes came out, it had a bit of both of those on there.
Recycled everything. Yeah.
Yeah, and so like the Emacs 2 stuff has got loads.
12 points.
I mean, for some really insane reason, I would still have an emulator 1. Even when it's like...
There's one for sale.
Yeah, the emulator 2 would be so far superior. I mean, emulator 1, I don't have a space for it. I mean, I don't have a space for anything.
I thought it was. When I had that play on the one that's for sale, actually is the one I played with at Kent's.
What?
E1.
Is Richard still selling that, or?
Yeah.
How much is
Trying
that
to.
for?
3.3.
Okay.
Have you got Liquid Stack, Rob?
Yeah,
okay.
Liquid Stack, yeah.
1, 2, 3, or 4? Is it 1 and 3 are the ones with the Stratotron sound, isn't it? Or
That's 1.
Oh, then 2 and 4 are those the
And
bad
that's 2.
ones? Whereas for DX7, I just say Underwater Sunlight from Tangerine Dream. Particularly the whole album is liquid stacks.
Yeah, my favourite one is where is it? I can't remember where it is now. Because I always thought it was an emulator sound, and then it turned out it was
the DX sound.
A DX sound sampled.
Well, yeah, they sampled the Stratotron, which was
Stratotron.
programmed by
Yeah.
Hubertus Mars.
Yeah, Stratotron.
I was playing around with my SQ80 the other day, and there were a bunch of Tangerine Dream sounds in there too.
Yeah, but like late 80s Tangerine Dream.
Yeah.
Like from, what is it? Tiger through to Melrose. There's
Sure.
about as much DX7 in there, and particularly a Stratotron. It's like optical rays lives off that whole thing. I mean, the whole album is an orgy of TH-816 and DX7 Mark II and 802s.
That's really clever. How's it managed to do that, I wonder?
It's fun though when you just randomly come across some preset somewhere and go, "Wait, I've heard this a million times."
But like even Prophet 5 presets.
Yeah.
Or like a zipper sound that Chris Franke used a lot in early 80s TD stuff. That's just a very clever sound of Prophet 5, where the oscillators are just beating slightly, and one is modulating the filter, whilst the other is just going through the signal chain, and you get this very nice weird effect where when they no longer track properly, it gives you a lovely slight zipper noise. Great background effect all throughout the first half of Tangram. And then obviously the famous sync sounds in the Prophet 5, which are on so many records. Like Sync 2, the famous one that's in the release for Beast that Daft Punk sampled. The Sync 1 with all the jazz records.
That's a point. This one I haven't played for a while.
That sounded a bit like from the Marathon game soundtrack there.
It's that opening title track on Tangram. But it's more stringy, isn't it? I suppose. To be fair.
Tangram Part 2.
Yeah. Was it?
Which I think was OBX, if I. I would have to dig out an old computer hard drive where I have some of that info stored.
Yeah. God, that's a long time ago.
Also, if you like Tangram, Edgar's solo album just before it, Stuntman, is a lot of sort of let's call it rehearsal for Tangram. Let's call it that way. And
I do love Tangram.
Yes, Stuntman has even a lot more PPG 360 on it. A lot of nice, rough, raw, disgusting wavetable grid for all the people who like that. But yeah, obviously Tangram is, I think, where they really went fell in love with the MC8, because like the whole opening sequence apparently was done MC8 and the Prophet 5.
That sound for sure. Yeah.
That is a beautiful sound.
Possibly the best DX7 sound ever.
It's
I
lovely.
would find it very difficult to disagree with that.
Massively expressive sound.
And if you layer that with a bit of choir, then you have a liquid stack.
Nice.
I still say piano.
And that one. Yeah, it's a classic.
That was an octave too high.
Yes, I can't bother to go all the way down the end of the keyboard.
The homoerotic classic that is Top Gun.
and that is missing from the new one. The soft porn that made Tony Scott so famous is missing.
Oh, they toned it down a little bit. That scene where Iceman does the bite towards him. I mean, what is that?
Yeah.
I mean, if you ever watch Tony Scott audio commentaries on films, it's so worth it. The amount of times he talks about soft porn for any of the films or scenes, he literally describes so many of his scenes as soft porn, and Top Gun in particular, that whole beach volleyball scene, he just called it soft porn.
My favorite commentary in the last probably decade or more is the Schwarzenegger commentary for Conan the Barbarian, where he talks for like 10 minutes about what they're doing with the Wheel of Pain and where the grain goes, and the director keeps trying to change the subject.
This is how you make bread.
He goes, what about the grain? The grain. He goes, forget about that. We're going to something else.
That's how you do Bond the Zimmer way.
Well, that almost sounded like one of the tracks of Miracle Mile.
Yeah, isn't it funny how there's certain things that just sound like other things all the time? It's like, there was a track knocking, it was on the radio, and I started singing the lyrics to a completely different song, and it perfectly fitted it, because it reminded me of that song, and it fitted it. Like, but I can't, for the life of me, I can't remember what the bloody song was. It's not like Up the Junction, where nothing will fit that, other than Up the Junction.
Well, was it Axis of... Awesome, yeah, the Australian group. Fitting everything to a single track, effectively.
Yeah.
Now, bizarrely, I was reading about Up the Junction the other day, and it seems that it's one of those rare songs where the title is only ever mentioned actually in the last part of the song.
Yeah.
But it was a classic.
Oh, Christ, by a country mile.
Storytelling in song form.
Exactly.
Yeah, that doesn't happen much,
Perfect.
does it?
Except every bloody squeeze song, isn't it? I mean, it's just...
yeah, but really quite, sort of heart-hitting.
Oh, yeah. There's one of my favourite Squeeze albums is Frank, and there's a brilliant song on there called, well, there's loads of brilliant songs in there, but there's one called She Doesn't Have to Shave, which is all about his his girlfriend's or his partner's. Sorry, just there's a bug. It was a bug. His partner's complaining about her monthly cycle.
Yes.
And it's you'd think it might sound like a kind of chauvinistic kind of song, but it's not, because the
It's just a
character in the song,
yeah.
the character in the song is saying she's lucky she doesn't have to shave. I'm so lucky I'm not doubled up in pain, and it's very sympathetic from the female perspective, but it doesn't, it tricks you into believing maybe it's not, but it's a brilliant song. And there's another one on there called Peyton Place, which is just kind of like a tale of unrequited love. Yeah. And it's in like 4 minutes, and it's just, it's exquisite. The wordplay and it's just fantastic.
Again, I know I'm quite nostalgic about these things, but is anyone doing stuff like that now? I mean, they were brilliant.
Well, they're still knocking out tunes here and there, but
yeah,
no.
but both musically but lyrically as well. I mean, those lyrics really hit home.
But yeah, I mean, they were great purveyors of the story telling in 3 minutes. God, that fucking bug. Excuse me, just a minute. Right,
History slipper proof.
Yeah, well, it's getting this now. It's getting this. Now it went to a bloody polybrew. Spotted. Yes, good songwriting. Yeah, it's. Well, I say there's an artist called Billy No Mates.
Yeah.
That's not her real name, strangely enough. But she's like a solo artist, and even when she's on stage, it's just her and a laptop. And she's really she's hard to describe because she tells that her latest single called Blue Bones is all about like this kind of her relationship changing with this individual, and this kind of stages, and it is a story in 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And yeah, check her out, Billy No Mates. She's really, really good.
The name rings a bell.
But it's not, you're not going to hear it on Radio 1 or 2. You'll hear it on 6 Music or something. Or if you go out and specifically, get a recommendation like this, maybe. But
greetings.
Hello,
cheapo.
Good evening.
Chairman.
Hello.
You missed me playing a fantastic song. Everybody was in awe.
Yeah, again.
Not really.
Hey, David. How you doing?
Oh, I'm just stimulated right now. Please.
Oh, put your camera back on. Ooh,
Put Cleo down.
Oh.
All right, that's enough for now.
That must be pay-per-view. That's what it is.
Quick, put the coins in. Put the coins in.
Get your free 3 nanoseconds.
Oh, dear. Brilliant.
Right, I am going to head off because if I don't, I'm going to fall asleep in front of you. That won't be a pretty sight or sound. And hopefully I'll get some sleep tonight. I won't be woken up at stupid o'clock by mother-in-law with her smoke alarms all going off.
Yes.
Ooh, it's done it again.
Well,
You little moo.
see you on Thursday then, Rob.
Maybe. Why do I think I'm doing something Thursday? I know I'm at the hospital. I know I'm definitely at the hospital, but that's
I'm sure
during
they'll
the
let
day.
you out this time at least.
Hospital, haircut. I've got a haircut on Thursday, yay. Readiness for my sister's wedding. No, yeah, I should be around sometime on Thursday and then Friday as well.
I should hope so. You're doing the show.
Yeah, apparently. I don't think... I'm going to try and make sure that Ben doesn't stretch himself too soon. So, but he could join us from his bed. He's hooked up to an IV or something.
Well, he's at home now, isn't he? So.
Yeah, but he's still got to take antibiotics. I think the last time I spoke to him about it, he said that they might be sending him home with his own IV stuff.
Yeah, which is cool.
Yeah,
I'd be stuck in there.
But
I
he
can
needs to
send
rest
him
up.
some stuff to put in it.
He's lost. He was quite chuffed that he's lost some weight since he's been in. So
yeah, it's odd how being really sick can do that to you.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, I'm just one bout of diarrhea and vomiting away from my ideal weight.
Exactly.
It's a shame it takes drugs or a horrible illness sometimes to get you thin. Yeah.
I keep dreaming of getting ill, but it just doesn't happen.
Just go for the heroin, man.
I got weighed for the first time today for 10 years.
Oh, jeez.
And it was interesting. It really seems that the BMI index doesn't really take into account height that much.
Yeah. I know. I tried to buy kitchen furniture from them, and it was fucking awful.
I had a friend in junior high who was very chubby, and we kind of fell out. And then I ran into him in high school much later, and he turned into kind of a coke fiend. He was super slim.
From drinking Coca-Cola. Wow.
Yes.
Who'd have thought it?
Indeed.
Exactly.
Right. Bed. I must go to bed. So have a lovely evening.
Cheers, Rob.
I'll try and catch up later. Go and listen to my new podcast. It's out now.
I've already started listening.
Good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Keeping me
really enjoyed that one.
entertained at work today. So.
Cool. Yeah, he's a very entertaining man.
Yeah.
I like the KK bloke. I like the KK bloke. The other guy could shut up a bit. But...
Well, do you know what? I tried ever so hard to let him. Well, he did a lot of the talking. I had to cut 45 minutes out of the entire interview. Actually, probably a bit more. There was a lot of us just talking stuff, fairlight stuff backwards and forwards. But yeah, that was a tough one to edit, and I think it's the longest one they've ever put out.
Right. Gosh.
So I kind of got away with that.
You keep pushing them.
I do. Keeps pushing. I thought I might get just over the hour, but they cut it to 55, I think. In the end, it almost didn't come out because it was supposed to come out at 9 o'clock this morning, and I'm sat here waiting for the links. Nothing, and then I get an email about 10:30. We forgot to put the advert on at the beginning. I was like, yeah, go and re-edit. Right. Have a good evening, morning, whatever.
Cheers, Rob.
See you later.
Cheers, Rob.
Take care.
Wherever it works out.
Indeed. See you later.
Yeah.
See you on, man.
Bye.
Bye.
So, how was the gig, Jim?
Well, I missed it because of you lot.
But you still went anyway. That's dedication.
I still went and had a chat with this drummer guy, Greg, who actually saw him play in another band last Thursday. But yeah, he actually is a session drummer. He actually plays for
a drummer.
Yeah,
a drummer. You spoke to a drummer?
Yeah, I know.
What, and understood him.
Words of more than one syllable as well.
They tend to be quite nice. I mean, apart from Rob, obviously, but
he's a really nice guy. He actually plays for Bjorn Again, the ABBA tribute act.
Oh right.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. No, he's very talented. But yeah, he was doing this. It was like this 3 jazz percussionist improv type thing, but completely missed it. But which was really frustrating. I saw what all the kit they had set up, which was like just, I don't know. I couldn't even name all the percussion instruments. There was just like all sorts, all surrounded like 3 drum kits. Like
Wow.
It was, so I'm sure it would have been good. So I'm going to have to hunt out some Facebook videos and stuff after the event. But yeah.
Drums are awesome.
Yeah, but you still got your Sasquatch drum there. Cool.
Oh dear.
I need a leather Sasquatch drum, I must say. So, at least kid. It doesn't have to be, just something to bang on.
You mean
He holds
human kid?
Well, I wasn't going to suggest that, but now you have.
Well,
Not real finesse. I don't see finesse. With your big glug, 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 glug.
I think.
Who am I?
Next time I'll have to get the proper glass out and do a full bottle, and then sample it, and we can. I'll send.
The Suzanne Ciani gurgle with it. The famous Coca-Cola gurgle.
Yes.
Yeah. Followed by the Wilhelm scream.
Yeah. Have any of you guys heard of a podcast called 20,000 Hertz?
No.
Oh.
Wasn't that an album by what's the name? Did Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking? Come on, Pink Floyd. Brain fart. Come on, who
Don't
did
know.
pros and cons of hitchhiking?
No idea.
No.
It was in Pink Floyd.
Probably
Before
didn't they?
Dave Gilmour, the singer.
Robert, help us out.
Sid Barrett?
No. Roger Waters. Thank you, Homegrown.
Oh, he can fuck off. Nobody likes him.
Didn't he do an album, 20,000 Hertz, or was that Air? I don't know.
I don't know. Anyway.
Anyway.
Sidetrack.
20,000.
We must move on.
Yeah, 20,000 Hertz is a podcast all about sound design, audio, sort of musical idents for brands, all sorts of stuff, and going, sort of through the background of them, the story behind them, really, really, really good. I mean, did all like the Star Wars stuff, did like the McDonald's, I'm loving it. The whole
10,000
background of
Hertz.
that is like, it's just like, it's a really good podcast. You should check it out. Yeah.
So good.
If you're into audio
Not as good as
and
this,
music.
but it's all right.
No, it's nowhere near as good as this.
What is this?
Production levels are another level on this. Come on.
Define this.
Well, it's an anagram of shit.
Well, there's a C in it. There's a T in it. There's a U in it. And that word is cute.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Cleo.
Yep. Yeah. We gotta have Cleo on at least once each show to go.
Oh, when she howled like that, I went back. I had to find it.
I know. I saw that. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
The backstory was the dogs actually came in the room. She was furious that they came in. Yeah, she'll chase them.
Does she do the Halloween cat thing with the arched back and all that?
My other one does. She just knows she's like a rabid raccoon. She'll just go. Even at like 16, she just goes charging after him. She scares the hell out of anything in her path. There's like all of us run,
One of my cats used to do that Halloween cat thing and then run sideways.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh,
Yeah, I have one that does that.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Actually, our black cat tends to, on Halloween, will sit in the window and watch everyone, so that's like a big deal. He just sits there like, hey, here's a black cat. We got a cat for everything.
I'd love to be able to have a cat here, but it's rented and there's fairly busy roads round about as well. But hopefully I might actually be able to stay here because the landlord has got it up for sale. But the new owners looks like they want to keep me as a tenant. They came around the other day to view the property, and I kind of sold myself to them. That's a better rephrase.
That could be, that could be taken many different ways. Yeah,
Because it depends on your price, right? So
I need to check that contract very closely.
Now Nelly does this thing in the garden that's hilarious, where she spins on the spot, really, really fast.
Oh yeah.
When she wants to play, and this little Noah, he's hopping down the garden, and she starts doing it. And she whacked him with her arse, and he went flying across the garden and rolled over several times, poor little sod. He's like, oh, you poor little sod. I just went and picked him up. He was actually physically dazed. He was like, I don't know, where am I? Who are you?
That's a metaphor for you and Fiona, really, isn't it?
Oh, do you know what? Fiona's done this. I keep taking the piss out of her. She's dyed her hair red.
No.
And it happens to be the exact same colour as the curtains in the front room. And when she's sitting on
so
the
they do match.
Yeah, we did that one, and the other one was where Fiona, where's your hair gone? All this sort of stuff. And she goes, what? You look bald from here. And so it absolutely matches it perfectly.
Should do some chroma keying against the red curtain. So face.
While you're getting out of face paint.
Yeah, I mean, if she pulled it all over her face, she could just go, invisible person, picking up things. So, ooh, spooky.
Yeah, Fiona has to come back to do her quiz. Fiona is an absolute giggle.
Yeah, she said
She's a real
she'd
screamer.
lined up some questions. I said, well, you know when the show is, when you? She goes, oh yeah, well I forgot, and I'm planning the kitchen, and it's like yeah, like that, it takes up all day. And she was trying to try it out where when it is streamed, it doesn't do that resizing thing. I said, look, just change the program
It
or
doesn't
something,
matter.
or just make it a JPEG or something.
We
just
don't
screen
care.
capture them.
Yeah, I like it when sometimes she just gets it completely wrong and the answer comes up as the third question or something like that. So like, hang on a minute.
And now you wonder why she doesn't want to do it again.
Yeah, it's true enough. Although she doesn't seem to mind all that bit, but yeah, she was always sort of like, "Oh, I'm watching blah blah," or what was it she wanted to watch the other night?
What, this show?
5, 6, 7, and 8 of Picard. She goes, "I want to see what happens. I want to see what happens." Okay.
Talk about disappointing. She's the whole series.
I watched the first 4, and after watching those 4, collectively together.
Talking about season 1 or season 2?
Season 2.
Yeah.
It was like
there's a false start in season
these
2.
guys,
You had some potential uplifting things, and then it just crashed down.
Yeah, but these writers should get an Oscar for how to stretch out something, because it didn't take 4 episodes to say and do what they did. It was like, oh, come on.
Well,
really?
the writing was on the wall in the middle of second season where they already had a promo for season 3, and they're bringing back all the old characters because they've ruined it so badly. It's not Trek, right? It's the Brave New World has a Trek feel to it. Oh, sorry, Strange New Worlds episode series.
Yeah,
but Picard and Discovery is just a train wreck.
Yeah, it's gone off a very strange tangent.
Terrible writing.
So, I mean, like, literally, the first 4 episodes would be a single episode at one time. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're milking it, but they're also throwing in
literally.
all the typical social issues that are annoying and just everything else. It's just ruined.
Yeah. But I mean, because they were making, America and the deportation thing all look pretty grim, but it was done in such a way that it looked like it was trying to be some sort of like tangible link with the dystopian universe that they've come from, so there's this link between those two kind of oppressive kind of situations. You go, and this is an American company making this. I mean, dudes, you're not promoting this very well. It's not looking
ever
good.
since Zack Snyder made everything dark, all these guys are making things dark. They're all trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, it's always dark.
Yeah,
I think
they can't make dark like Peter Jackson made the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I was about to say too many people too many producers, I think, in Hollywood have looked at Peter Jackson and the Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones. Even though I've never watched a single episode of that, but from what I've read by a billion people talking about it,
it's Tolkien light. Yeah,
it's sort of they want to go for the gritty, the occasional flash of breasts because that amuses 13-year-old boys, and some weird mythology or science that will keep people who don't understand anything amused for a long time.
The first Picard, basically, they started with some profanity. You're like, what is this? This is not the right vehicle for this.
Yeah,
and also the whole thing of
didn't it?
Yeah, the whole thing of the future world of everything is great, everything is hopeful, everything is nice. They've totally ruined that with people who are addicted to drugs, watching TV. It's like, what Star Trek is this? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
The money problems, there's all kinds of stuff. That was all supposed to be solved by then.
What's money? Since when is for money in Star Trek?
It's just so stupid.
Exactly.
There's just so many things wrong with it. And they can't even make up their mind. Are they Kelvin Universe? Are they classic Trek? Are they a hybrid? The writing and the producing is god awful.
Well, I've got a little bit of a niggle about Star Trek. Star Trek was always, there was no dust in the future. Everything was clean and shiny, right?
Right.
Now, and even the films, everything was fine, like if you look at the first Star Trek film. But then when they saw the success...
Everything was fine with the first one. Excuse me, have you looked at the costumes?
No, never mind that bit. It's the other bit.
Yeah.
It's when Straczynski did the Babylon 5, we got brown sector, we got people with no money, they've got as far as Babylon 5 and can't go any further because the money's run out and they're all living poor, and you can be good or destitute. And they went, oh yeah, let's have that in Star Trek. Because I've already got a beef with them because Deep Space Nine is the script for Babylon 5 that he submitted.
Totally, yeah.
That they said they don't
but
want.
it's totally
They said,
that.
oh no, we don't want this. This isn't what we want. So they ripped it apart and made their own series out of it. They're the Behringer of the of the sci-fi industry.
Pretty much.
They're cloning other people's stuff,
Well, B5 is only 250 years in the future, so they hadn't sorted out a bunch of stuff yet. Right?
Yeah, that's why they were able to have wars, and it seemed plausible.
Yeah,
because everybody was like
and mixed tech.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
People still wearing seatbelts because they don't have inertial dampeners. And all that.
Yeah, and then the shadows come along and just fucked everybody up. So,
but
shadows.
Am I the only one?
Yes.
For some reason, I always say, and Kent
It's
always says
usually
yes.
the answer to that.
Yes.
It's usually the right answer, but
yes, you are the only one. Yes.
When you think of how many really good science fiction writers there were in the 50s and 60s and 70s, that haven't been filmed. I was having a discussion in one of the chats on one of the streams about Harry Harrison and the Stainless Steel Rat, and then we went into the 2000 AD comic series and Judge Dredd and whatever. But there were loads of writers. I mean, Anne McCaffrey, The Ship That Sang, and all these fantastic science fiction novels that could have been turned into TV series or films. Yeah. And yet, for some reason, they are just completely ignored.
Well, is
it just that these producers, directors, writers, whatever, haven't actually read decent books?
God knows, mate. Because you'd think that, because, some of these, like, for instance, if you take Larry Niven and his Known Space series,
yes,
James Cameron owns the rights to Ringworld. And
why hasn't it been made?
Because he decided he wanted to make Avatar. Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and the reason I know that...
How good would a Ringworld from Jim Cameron be, considering the ways he pushed in Titanic and Avatar?
I probably wouldn't want him to do it, actually.
I would love a T1 era, or maybe Aliens, but an early Cameron
before his head
would
got
be
too
fun.
big. Yeah.
But after
pre-Titanic,
but ideally pre-Aliens. I mean, Battle Beyond the Stars.
Yeah. But the reason I know that is because I became friends with Larry Niven. I just emailed him out of the blue, sent him some of the tracks I'd done for, like, if they ever made a film, this is what the music should be like. And we got talking, and he was saying about he said James Cameron's got all the rights to that book. I went, how did he get it? Why has he got it?
Because he's rich.
Yeah. There's some other guy, some really weird bloke who's got the rights to Protector. So that whole pack thing from Known Space is owned by somebody else who will never, ever just sit on it. He'll just sit on it. But
I think DiCaprio has rights to Cat's Cradle, and that would be a disaster. So
yeah. But that although they go from one person to another, and where they're all going to end up. Disney. They'll all end up there eventually.
Well, how many Isaac Asimov novels have been successfully made into film?
None.
Because I, Robot wasn't one of them.
I mean, they made money, but they're not.
I mean, how
materialistic.
which version of iRobot? Some of them are not too terrible. Or I mean, they are terrible, but they're decent. Whereas the modern ones, they're not terrible, but they have nothing to do with the book.
Yeah.
But
I don't think they could make a film out of Rendezvous with Rama, though.
That it could be done, but I just don't think it would be done, because it wouldn't be a 1.5 hour or 1 hour 36-minute film. Rendezvous with Rama would have to be 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
But I mean, some people can get away with it. Some people can't. I mean, there are now big enough directors who, well, Denis Villeneuve, he seems to have gotten away with, doing half of Dune, and then that went well enough to do a second half.
Dune, just as a book, as a film, no, just didn't work for me.
I mean, as a book, I think it's fine. First 10 pages were effort. After page 50, it went a dream. Just the third book inside book 1, you just think has skipped the page. This is moving a bit fast. But I mean, I get the point of keeping the pace up and not wanting to wait 10 pages like at the start to get moving again. I mean, I'll be interesting to see the second film, how they deal with that part of the ending being so rushed in the book.
Yeah, I just think there is a wealth of really good titles out there that could very easily, especially with the technology that is available to filmmakers today, to make some really fantastic films with depth and that make people think rather than just brain-numbing entertainment. And
someone chosen to do the small stuff, like there was a Philip K. Dick series, Electric Dreams, that was okay. Instead of making movies, they just make a series.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, Stranger Things. You wouldn't have thought that would have been such a hit. The X-Files, which was humorous in many places. You wouldn't necessarily have thought.
Wait, it wasn't supposed to be.
Twin Peaks was, it developed quite a cult following. I mean,
who'd have thought David Lynch can be popular?
Yeah, I watched every single episode of that, and it's sort of there is a style that is not Hollywood per se, but that really can work. And a lot of these books from sci-fi, especially from the 50s, 60s and 70s, that really could work now. I mean, I would love for a decent remake of The Stand by Stephen King.
Well, they've already made 2 of them, so I don't know if they're going to make a third one.
No, but a good...
I know, I mean, they've already tried twice. I don't think they're going to try a third time, so...
But they didn't try that hard, though, did they? And Christine naturally should be remade properly. Follow the book.
But look at The Shining. He didn't follow the book, and it's better. It's awesome. I think, anyway. So
yeah,
Kubrick is great.
I like both.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think fundamentally it's very difficult to take a book and make it into a film. Successfully.
Well, no, to make it into what they can... Perhaps instead of film, make it into a series.
Yeah, because nobody reads a book in an hour and a half.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it depends on the book.
You have to cut out too much.
But actually, that's one thing I think. I really like David Mitchell's work, and a lot of that would work great as series, because obviously the way it is, you always have these super chapters, which are basically novellas in their own right. So you could make those as 1 or 2 hour episodes, and then assembly a series that way. Which I think is also a great way to disseminate the story, because you can basically, you can sort of in one sitting get 100 pages read. But after that, if you try to adapt a 1,000-page book into a 3.5-hour film maximum, that's not going to go too well.
Yeah.
A recent example of World War Z. It was actually a great book, and it could have been easily turned into a movie if they did it right. But the movie doesn't match the book at all. It's just this horrible schlock action fest.
But sometimes that's good, but that it doesn't match it.
No, it's okay if it doesn't match it, but they ruined it by not matching it, because that's a case where it was a good story and the movie's not good. So, and the particle, and Kent can talk about this. The particle effects of the zombies flying as a wave doesn't make any damn sense. They're all of a sudden superhuman creatures, climbing walls, and as it just it's like they became super people,
yeah, it became more like Resident Evil, didn't it?
Worse than that. I mean, there's literally a flow of bodies like a wave, like particle effects.
Yeah,
it was so silly.
But the series, was it Z Nation? I think they called it.
I haven't seen that. No.
Was actually quite good. I think I preferred that to The Walking Dead as far as zombie stuff goes.
No idea.
I think LeVar Burton's in that, right? Doesn't he have a role in that?
Sorry, who?
LeVar Burton, Geordie LaForge.
I have no idea who LeVar Burton is.
LeVar Burton, Reading Rainbow. He was in Roots. Geordie LaForge in Star Trek. He's a black actor.
I look at faces on screen and I know names, but putting the two together, I struggle with. Same as in real life, And to be honest, there's so much ephemera that I watch that I don't even bother watching credits anymore. I just, 10 minutes of this, nah, don't like it, move on to something else. It's a rare series that captures my attention.
Well, one thing I have noticed lately is...
Yes, I know, sorry, apologies, Robert. I know that credits are very important.
I mean, I'm one of those annoying people in the cinema who stays till the bitter end until the stupid "we did not harm any animals" thing comes up after the credits are done.
Yeah, and then the advert for the Indian restaurant across the road.
The last time I went to the cinema, I think they were still running Kiora adverts with dancing crows. So,
I mean, I might go to like the poshest cinema in the world, which Olympic Studios, but which, to be fair, as far as London cinemas goes, it's about as expensive as any normal chain, and it's a lovely place.
Yeah, you're lucky.
Credits are like liner notes. So some people like liner notes, some people like credits, some people like both. So if you don't read album liner notes, then that's fine too. But
no, it fucking isn't.
I mean, not for me, but everyone has different tastes, so,
Yeah. Because one thing I noticed is since I've been watching things on YouTube, and I go, there's another clip for a film, and I watch it. What it's done to me now is taken away any patience that I had. So I'll be watching a film, and if it slows down, I'm like, and I never used to be like that.
Then you just speed it up to double speed if it's slows down.
I swear blind that just by watching clips on YouTube is because you get that effect going on all the time. I mean, it's probably one of the reasons why I was watching Picard and going, oh, for fuck's sake, come on. Yes, we know. Yes, so we've established that. We guessed everything 20 episodes ago, for fuck's sake. Yes, we know Guinan's going to be there. And it's
the running joke is people who wrote Picard didn't watch Next Generation. They know nothing about it except for the tropes.
Yeah.
So that's how sad it was.
Yeah. So, yeah, but I don't know. It's just a bit weird all round. I don't remember Borg eating batteries either.
Well, it's it's the Alex Kurtzman effect, right? Everything he touches turns to crap. He did the Mummy reboot with the Dark Universe with Tom Cruise. He did Spider-Man 3 with the Electro character.
Oh,
he did a bunch of stuff with, he's part of the J.J. Abrams thing, the Lost and a bunch of other terrible stuff that started out okay, but really went downhill.
Yeah.
So he's a mess.
Oh, God. I don't know. Well, regardless, I mean, thank God for Love, Death and Robots. That's all I can say. That is a great series. And if you haven't watched it, watch it.
Well, I have to admit I don't really watch any form of series or TV most of the time. I'm actually one of those sad people with a movie subscription who watches weird films, and if I started watching one, I will go to the bitter end.
Yeah.
Even if I might hate it 5 minutes in.
Well, these are normally quite short. Well, they're shorts, and because of that, some of them are 5 minutes, some of them are 10, some are 15, that sort of thing, and they are all delicious, and they cover so many different subjects. It's ridiculous.
Well, is it like a if you remember, Play for Today, but for people with really short attention spans?
Well, what it is all of them have to be animation. It doesn't matter what type of animation, but they all have to be animation, and they're all science. Well, they're science fiction or whatever of that genre, and they're done in different styles, and they cover all sorts of different subjects. And it's a fantastic series 3 now, but there's only normally about 6 or 7 per series, but they are all of them are top class. But all made by different people, so you get a bit of everything.
You see, I wonder, is there a gap in the market? I mean, we used to have, there was the American series, was it Fright Night? We had Tales of the Unexpected, where they brought in different writers to do just a single episode.
Mm.
And, it was upon a theme, but it didn't have to conform to any particular standard. And it's sort of the variety in a series of individual episodes. I don't think there's anything quite like that now.
Black Mirror or Inside Number 9?
I mean, Black Mirror perhaps
Inside
was
Number
the
9
closest.
as well is brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, Black
Well,
Mirror.
really dark.
Love, Death and Robots is kind of that kind of thing.
Yeah, but is that animated or is that real life?
Pass. Don't know. I don't think I've seen any Inside Number 9 yet.
Oh no, it's kind of like Tales of the Unexpected, but really well done.
Mm.
Right.
If you've not seen the one about the crossword setters, it's really. But I'm still disturbed by it.
I just think back to Play for Today, which was an opportunity to see plays put on. I mean, they weren't hammed up, but
it was a writers' forum.
It was a writers' forum, yes.
Yeah.
And it was just the space to allow writers to develop their skills, and. Some were absolutely brilliant, some were not so brilliant. There wasn't anything that was crap, but there was always something there for everyone. And I just think it was a forum that provided people with entertainment that they wouldn't necessarily have watched if they'd chosen to, other than they'd already seen something on there perhaps that they liked. Or has that sort of linear style programming just disappeared now? Is it all, Netflix consume a whole series in one day type approach? I don't know.
I'm waiting for the day, right, when I go to the Disney Channel, which we've got because Fiona wanted it. But I'm going to go there one day, and there's going to be the guy who paid, 1,000 credits for Luke Skywalker's T-800, the series. Because they're running out of fucking characters to do a series about.
Yeah.
There'll be the guy that worked in the bar. You know, the series. The guy got his arm chopped off in the bar. The series and his struggle. You know, it's we're doing Kenobi, we're doing Vader, and they're making a series about everything and anything. And sometimes it shows as being a little thin, depending on what the subject is. You know.
Well, they were going to make even more until the Solo movie tanked, and a bunch of other stuff didn't do so well.
Yeah,
that was actually quite a good movie. The Solo movie.
Of the recent stuff, it was the better one. Yeah.
Well, I think it was more also what other critics so far have said, but timing. It was just too much Star Wars being shoved down people's throats.
Yeah, the Comic-Con timeline for Star Wars was insane. They showed this huge list of stuff coming that all got tanked, pretty much.
Yeah.
But that is definitely flogging a dead horse.
Well,
whereas
yeah.
I'd like the idea of bringing in different writers for each episode, different approach, you know, different characters.
Especially when they retcon so much stuff, they've stepped all over the old stories with new stories. Doesn't make any sense anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, there's massive variation in say, you know, Boba Fett episodes, depending on who's directed them. Some are fucking terrible, and some are really good.
But David Serchek said, you know, Tales from the Crypt. You know, it was that sort of, you didn't know what you were going to get, but you knew you were going to watch it.
It was an American one, Tales from the Dark Side, was pretty decent, from George Romero's company.
Yes.
I'll tell you what was funny. Fiona was listening to a radio show, or a series of radio shows today, that she's got on her Audible, and it was The Adventures of the Red Panda, right? And it's sponsored by the Decoder Ring Club, and it's about a superhero called the Red Panda, okay? And his wife, who also wears a mask or something. And she was listening to like 8, 9 episodes of this, and I said, "Why are you listening to this?" She goes, "Oh, it's quite good. It's like, you know, it's a parody." I said, "No, it's not. This is the original series from the 50s. This is what they were like, with the oh no, it's him and the organ music. Dun, 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 dun. Tune in next week when the Red Panda faces some guy with a stick, you know, kind of thing." And it was like, but it was real, you know, in the background, all this sort of thing. And all it was, they cut out all the little adverts that would have been in it. You know, for, you know, Aunt Bessie's eye cream and all this sort of stuff. And yeah, and she thought she was listening to a parody. For like 4 or 5 hours, she listened to this stuff, thinking it was made today. Okay. No, darling.
Well, I mean, you know, Hitchhikers, and before that, Flash Gordon, and, you know...
Oh, I was really looking forward to the film, and I started watching it, and after about 10 minutes went, I knew it! I knew they'd fuck it up! I knew they would fuck it up!
Hitchhikers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which Hitchhikers? The series or
I knew they'd fuck up with the movie. I knew they'd
fuck
up.
The radio
was
series...
20 years ago.
The original radio series was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, the book did some stuff better.
And the books were absolutely fantastic.
Particularly all the footnotes that are in there are just bloody hilarious.
Yeah.
But some of the stuff with the infographics in the BBC one is pretty funny, though. The visuals are funny.
Yeah, I mean, the TV series that happened after the books is also quite fun.
Yeah.
But you do... What's also interesting...
very favourable to it, you
know? But maybe because it's a bit shit, and it didn't have the awesome budget, but also because it worked as a radio play beforehand.
Mm.
It could get away with more imagination.
If it works on radio, it should work on TV. It should.
I mean, not necessarily. There are some things you like. Well, again, take Dune as an example. You can't have a money shot of some big desert. I mean, in radio, yes, you can. It's nice and easy. Yeah. But if you try to do it as a film, you need that money shot, definitely.
But the thing is, you can...
You just need a green screen there, don't you?
Yeah. But you can listen to things like, the Two Ronnies and the scripts. If you hear them read out, or yes minister, yes prime minister, or we've covered this before, but you can hear those played out on radio. You don't need the visuals,
no,
because the writing was that good. And I do think that the problem we have is that people are writing for film as opposed to writing for the brain. Because if you're writing for radio or in book form, you're writing to generate images in someone's head as opposed to generate them to their eyes. Your brain switches off if you're watching something. If you're reading something or listening to something, your brain is tuning in.
It's like there's some brilliant radio comedy. I mean, absolutely stunningly brilliant radio comedy. Even today, the standard hasn't slipped at all.
Well, it's slid very far left, but
No. You got something like Cabin Pressure. It's fucking brilliant.
Oh, Cabin.
Right.
We keep coming back. Cabin Pressure is the new Hitchhikers.
Yeah, but anything written by John Fillamore, actually, is of that standard, right? And I don't think Andy Hamilton's doing any more old Harry's game. But that level, but that never gets as far as TV. It stays in. It works on that format, and it doesn't try to. Because if you made that into a TV series, even Cabin Pressure, can you see Cabin Pressure working on TV?
It could be done, but it would have to be done in a confined single shot farce type setup.
Yeah, mind you, the big problem with that now would be you wouldn't be able to afford to have Benedict Cumberbatch come back.
No, well, yes, yeah. Although saying that, you never know. But
no, he probably would actually, just out of being in it again.
Yeah, but it would be very much that classic 30s farce style setup. That I think it could work because the dialogue carries it. It doesn't need the visuals.
True enough. Mind you, you'd never fly again, would you?
Well, I am the person who got on a plane and took with me a book about accident investigations.
Oh.
So, I have that fatalistic view.
Yeah.
I know I'm weird. I apologise.
No, it's all right. You're in good company here, mate. Don't worry. So,
well, things like air accident investigation or even car accident investigation absolutely fascinates me because it's easier with planes because of the black boxes, although many cars now do actually carry black boxes. But it's the human factors that always intrigue me. Yeah, the mechanical stuff is sort of, I understand that, but it's how do the humans respond? And I just find that intriguing.
Yeah.
So I'm quite fascinated by the mechanical stuff, and I did a whole course at uni on analysis of failures, which was to do with various ways in which materials fail.
Mostly manufacturing defects, isn't it? Most of the time, materials where you have some ingress or other things.
What do you call
some
a manufacturing defect? I mean,
yes,
when you actually start looking at
fake
materials.
But like if you look at from a material science point of view, it's mostly some pure material had some imperfection in there, which shouldn't have been there and could cause a defect. But that's like one of the most common.
Yeah, it can be all sorts. I mean, particularly sort of non-metallic inclusions and stuff in alloys.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's like, one of the reasons why, airplane engines are so reliable is, because they've got like single crystal turbine blades and stuff.
They are incredibly reliable.
Yeah.
I mean, air flight is safer than pretty much everything else.
It is quite, well, it depends on the airline, but...
Well, yes.
Fly corners.
I have flown on an aeroplane where I could literally see out through the gap in the metal. So,
Yeah, I used to do a lot of Aer Lingus. So there's an interesting.
Visit life jacket. Visit life jacket. Visit life jacket soon.
Yeah. I tell you what, if somebody needs to be shown how to use a whistle, they deserve to drown.
Yes. Yeah, and if something drops down in front of your face and it looks like a face mask, what do you think you should do with it?
Yeah, yeah. It will dangle in front of your blue faces while you struggle to put it on. Yeah.
I love that scene in Fight Club where he's talking about the oxygen mask. Brilliant. Look at them, calm as Hindu cows.
No, I'm just thinking of that in aeroplane when they go, well, people will assume the crash positions. Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
Just had a flashback to coming into land at Manchester one time in this god awful storm, and people on the plane were absolutely shitting themselves, including the aircrew. I mean, that was the thing when you start to see that the aircrew with like seriously worried expressions, you're like, this isn't going so well, is it? Oh, jeez.
I'll tell you how long it's been.
I thought the pilot looked a bit young when I was getting on the plane. I was just like, this guy doesn't look very experienced,
I'll tell you how long ago it was. When I was on a plane going to dear old Dublin, they let me onto the flight deck. That's how long ago that was.
Yeah.
Come in.
Yeah.
There you go. This is a stick that makes you go up and down and left and right.
Do you want to go?
Yeah, do you want to have a go? Try it. You can't hit anything. We're in the air. How does a plane fly? Magic. The radio operator might know. How does a plane fly there, Paddy? Let me look at me book. Yeah, it says here, magic. There you go.
Best flight I was ever on was flying into the old Kai Tak airport in Hong Kong. And when you're in a 747 and you're horizontal between two tower blocks and you're looking up at people in the tower blocks, it's really, really impressive. And some friends of mine who were pilots said that was their favourite airport to fly into, because it was one of the rare ones where you really couldn't use autopilot. You had to do it by hand. Yeah. And it was I would suggest that everyone looks up flying into Kai Tak Airport, because it was just absolutely incredible. Every time I did it, I was just blown away by the experience.
I'll tell you what, Fiona's got some airline stories, because when she worked for British Airways, I mean, she went everywhere in all sorts of stuff, and she goes, if you knew half the stuff, you wouldn't get on the plane. I went, don't tell me then. I might have to get on one day. You never know.
Doesn't Hong Kong Airport have some crazy short runway that you have to be careful of?
Mm.
Yeah. Really short.
Yeah. Because I remember Fiona saying about there was one place that she was going to that she was a little concerned, which was up in Arabia somewhere, and she had to go up there, and she said, I'm kind of worried because when I was flying out there, and she goes, She goes, I was reading this article as I was going flipping through this magazine, and I started reading this article about how they treat women in Arabia. She goes, and I'm going to have to. She goes, I'm going to land at the airport, walk across the tarmac to the warehouse, and then tell all these men what it is they're doing wrong and how to do it right, and how they're getting all the stock and storage wrong. And she goes, I'm going to have to tell all these guys what to do. And she goes, I was a bit worried about how they were going to perceive this English white woman wandering in, all ankles and tits, going, right, you lot, and start getting. And they did. She goes, they gathered round and go, oh, yeah, okay, all right. And you've got to do this. Okay, all right, we'll do that then. And off they went and did it. She went, oh, okay. Obviously, it's just Arab women they oppress then.
Well, no, bare shoulders seem to inflame things more than bare ankles.
Knowing her, yeah, probably she was probably wearing something strapless. So, yeah, she said Kennedy's a nightmare apparently, an absolute nightmare.
Oh, Wagyu says that Instagram seems flooded by flight attendants doing sexy poses on their aeroplanes. So
This might be.
I think I might have to sign up to Instagram now.
Yeah, you get these little spates of things, don't you?
Well, I still say... And
well, you know, all that stuff in Cabin Pressure is actually based on true stories. So the travelling lemon actually happens.
I will argue with anyone, but the flight attendants on Singapore Airlines are absolutely
don't
gorgeous.
say it, Sass.
I'm sorry, God. I know it's really sexist. I mean, I'm sure the men are as well. They're just not my flavour. But the flight attendants on Singapore Airlines are just... I fell in love with every single one of them. Oh, God. Yes.
Well,
I shall have to save up and fly on them again.
To be fair, that's what they're there for.
Well, they certainly take your mind off, the risks of flying.
Yeah, their airline restrictions are quite stiff for employment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Will Joseph agrees with me.
I've got a story about a couple of cabin crew, but I can't share it.
Yeah, well.
Yes. Yeah, it brings back memories of a holiday in Mallorca back in the late 80s, early 90s, and some of the cabin crew who worked for, I think, Thompson. I think it was Thompson Holidays.
Oh, yeah.
And my God, those girls knew how to party.
Uh-huh.
It was...
Yeah, I've heard about this.
Is that what turned into Tui Thompson?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I think they were bought out by either German or Dutch firm.
Right.
But, yes, the 80s, 90s were great times to be travelling to party destinations in Europe.
With a large amount of coke.
Actually, coke wasn't a big thing, but I mean there was lots of, in the early days, just lots of weed, lots of alcohol, mainly alcohol with a bit of weed,
but mostly sex,
and lots of
yeah,
and
yeah,
it changed, and not necessarily for the better when things like ecstasy and coke came in. The Balearic / Greek island experience just changed, and not for the better. And people have lots of sort of vague memories of partying, but the music became more bland, dare I say? And and it was the drugs that made people feel better. So it was the experience was enhanced beyond the reality.
Mm.
And if you ever went into a club in Ibiza in 1991, 1992, and you were sober and clean, it wasn't a pretty experience.
Mm.
You had to be on something, whether drugs or alcohol, to really get the most out of it.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yes, I have, Steve. Yes, I'm drinking wine, red wine, Merlot.
Just give me caffeine. I'm fine. Most circumstances. I do need caffeine though. Maybe not now. Right, I'm going to call it a night anyway.
I'm going to have to, because I've got to get up early for the drop in the curb out the front.
Yep.
Cool. Which will be hilarity for the next 2 or 3 days. And the dogs are going to go fucking mad all day. They'll be just staring out the window at them. Every time somebody moves, it'll
like, get off my land.
Yeah.
Dog language.
Okay. Let me out there. Let me out there. Yeah, there'll be lots of that. Bless them. So,
right.
Yeah, so they're coming early. God help us. I'm still recovering.
I'll see you on Thursday then. I'm going to have an early night on Thursday because I've got to be up really early on Friday morning, so I won't hang around too long.
I might see you Thursday because I'm playing in Stoke. Electronic music open mic.
Can I have your signature now before you get famous, Jim?
It's not worth anything unless it's on a check.
I'll take that.
It's not worth much at all. Yeah.
One check for £1. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that'll be cool. But I might pop in after, depending on what time. If you're still going.
I'll go downstairs and see what god awful series Fiona's watching.
Well, give my regards to Fiona, and
I will indeed.
I'll catch everyone later. Take care, Robert. See you, Andy.
Cheers, Robert.
See you, everybody.
Take care, everybody.
Cheers, Andy.
Good night.
See you.
Let's go.
Bye.